Hello friends, and welcome to today's Sunday Tea Time live stream. Good to have you with us. I see we've got a few people already joined on, but do come say hello in the chat. Let me know who's out there, especially if it's your first time. So let me know who you are and where you are if you want to, just so we know who's hanging around in the chat. I saw earlier that Aishnan joined us, so welcome to the stream. I hope you're still connected, either through YouTube or through Twitch. We also had I'm going to have a go. Arawapro Entertainment. So if you're still with us, I'm glad you stayed around and are on the stream. And of course, we've got Maria. Welcome, Maria. Glad you joined us. And hello to your sister. You didn't say her name. If you want to let me know who she is. But otherwise, hello to Maria's sister. So Jan, hello there. Welcome. Glad you joined us on the stream. Good to have you with us today. So if you are new here, these streams are just a chance for me to work on some drawing or animation here in OpenToonz or Tahoma, and for you to watch along, maybe learn a thing or two, and also to contribute by making suggestions to what I'm drawing or animating. It's always welcome to hear from you. Enyo-san, hello, glad you made it, buddy. It's good to see familiar names on the stream week after week. Great to have you with us. Hey, Light is here. Hello there. Welcome. Good to have you with us. Vicky. Let me turn off the... I've got a bit of an echo there through the desktop. Hopefully that's sorted that. A nephew calls her Lala. I think I'll stick with Vicky. But hello there, Vicky. Good to hear from you today. So the plan for today is to work on another background come animation to use on these streams, but more on that shortly. We've got 8 concurrent viewers at the minute, so we've got a couple of lurkers, and that's fine. If you want to sit there quiet and not join the chat, no problem at all. It's good to have you with us. But otherwise, as our friend Dave from Blended Planet likes to say, identify yourself. Let me know who's out there as we go through the chat and as we go through the stream today. So should we jump straight in to see what's happened this past week? What happened last week? Okay then, so the first thing I'd like to mention is my video from last Friday, which I know a lot of you have enjoyed. I've had some great feedback about it, so thank you for that. And it's about the release of Tahoma2D, the next version 1.2, with a absolute bunch of great new features. And in the video, I managed to demonstrate a few of them for you. And I just wanted to mention a couple here today. So because I use the Smart Raster level a lot, the segment erase and the gap fill are 2 features that I found absolutely amazing, and I loved using them. And the segment erase is something I need to change the way I work a little bit to get the benefit from that. As I was editing the video after I'd recorded it, I was watching as I was drawing through on the fish animation, and I could see that I was still drawing up to the lines without making use of the segment erase. So I need to learn to be more loose and sort of swipe my lines as I'm drawing them, and then I can get the benefit of using the segment erase to cut off the extension. So that's something to change my workflow a little bit to get the benefit from, but it's just such a useful feature. I was so pleased when I heard that had come into Tahoma. And finally, the ability to recenter your drawings on a motion path. I think having that ability is now going to make it more likely that I'll use the motion path feature rather than trying to draw in the center of the screen or feel like it's offset and you have to constantly move your drawings to fit. Instead, you can draw your drawings, create an animation over a number of drawings, and then place the center exactly where you need to for it to move across the motion path. And here's the little fish animation that I did, and it's a very simple drawing. It's a very simple movement. I could have taken longer over this to get a neater drawing, or to create a splash, add shadows, add a decent sky, that kind of thing. But to demonstrate the principle, I thought it was worthwhile doing to create this small animation. And part of the reason I'm pleased about the video is the fact I managed to get it out on time on Friday, because I struggled to really figure out a way to present all the information clearly. Trying to create a good narrative through the video to show each of these separate features when some of them are very unrelated can be tricky. So I didn't actually get to record it until Thursday after I finished work in the evening and edited it that evening, but managed to get through it all and get it out in time for Friday. So I was really pleased with the result of that. And next week, my video, again for the third week running, I'm hoping to be the beginner's guide to using OpenToonz 1.5. I've not made a getting started guide for OpenToonz for such a long time, maybe 2 years, 2.5 years. It really is overdue. So I kind of want to put together what I've learned over the past few years, and from comments and feedback from you guys about what you find useful or what you find confusing. I want to again create a good narrative through the video so it flows smoothly to explain all the features that you need to get started in from running the program to drawing, animating, selecting colors and rendering out at the end. So I'm really looking forward to getting on with that, and I'm going to start that probably tomorrow after work. I'll finalize my script for that, record it Tuesday hopefully, and edit it through the week to be released on Friday, all being well. But I have said this for the past 2 weeks, so we'll see if I can get it done. I wouldn't say I'm hopeful, but I'd like to think we can do. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best. Hey, H9, you are still here. Good to see you are. Pen the Pen, hello there. Good to have you with us again. Going through the chat here. In fact, let me nip over back to the standard drawing room for a second, and then we can all see the chat. And I can still hear some feedback somewhere. That's the window. There we go. I had too many windows open there. Let me close a couple of these as well. Vishal, hi, welcome. Glad you joined us today. So what else have I done this past week? Well, I've been so busy with other things outside of animation and OpenToonz that I've had time for very little, which is why I finished my Friday's video only Thursday evening. But then yesterday and today I've had some time. So I took some time out to finish rendering what we was working on last week. So rather than last week you watching me during the stream render out hundreds of frames very slowly to create the videos for the kitchen animation, instead I did that this morning and made a few small changes as well to that. So I added for those that were here last week, I added a bit of a shine to the kettle to make it look a bit more realistic. I centered up the handle. It didn't look right, it was off center. The glow of the hob under the kettle, I'd created the glow to start boiling the kettle, but I didn't make the glow disappear at the end when the kettle had boiled as the steam ended. So I did that as well this morning and rendered all of that out. And also the digital clock that we worked on last week, I rendered the 5-minute and 10-minute clock out and placed it into OBS. So you'll see that working at the break time. And that took a couple of renders to work out the timing, to give enough time at the beginning so when the transition moves from the current room here on OBS through to the kitchen, it's still not started the clock yet. That's kind of behind the scenes, not so important for you guys, I guess, to understand. But again, just to give a bit of intro at the start of the clock animation, and it's a very small part of that scene, but for me that's the final piece that makes it the initial scene complete for phase 1. So we've got the full background set up, little bit of animation with the outside, with the clouds moving, the tree swaying slightly, only very subtly, and the kettle boiling, and now with the timer at the bottom, so you'll see exactly when I should be back from the break. But we'll see how well that goes, and see how well the 5 and 10 minute timer works for me. Usually I think 5 minutes will be fine. We'll see how that goes. So that's the first pass of the kitchen scene done, and you'll see that later. Hello there, Tom. Glad you could join us. Good to have you with us again. And Sue House Animation, hello there, welcome. And hello to everybody else that's joined us today. Good to have you here. So today I want to work on the next background to use during these streams. And for me, I think this is the last background for the stream before I go on to bigger projects I'll talk about in a few weeks' time. So the background I like to work on is for when I demonstrate and talk about what happened last week. So this one here. So it's where at the minute I've got a black background and I have my screen shown up the top here with an image or a video or what have you. So I'd like to have a background behind me, just for a bit of fun, just for the sake of having a background. As I've said a few times before, this is an animation channel, an art channel. So really, if I can't create some art and animation to use on these kind of streams, which channels can do. So my thoughts that I wanted to do was to create a kind of a study or a library room. So the first thing I wanted to do was to create myself a nice, comfortable looking chair behind me, a small desk just here in front of me, and then behind me I want to have shelves covering the whole of the background here, perhaps a few cupboards at the front. It's kind of my first thoughts for that. If I was creating a full study on an animation, I would perhaps put in like a fireplace as well, but then that'd involve animating fire and getting the timing right. That's something I might come back to. So again, like the kitchen, I want this to be a first pass, get this as complete as I can, as soon as I can, and not take 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks, but to get this done over the next couple of weeks, maybe 3, depending what we work on. So I kind of want to do a basics room, and we can always come back and re-edit it later as new ideas come up or as I decide I need to change it. But like a plainish background that can have some movement in, perhaps with 1 or 2 things in the background I can add on a little animation later. Where the screen is, I wanted to have a kind of like a projector screen, so you see it coming down from the ceiling as the transition, so I can have the room with or without that screen there. So for those of you that use OBS, I'll have 2 scenes, are they called? Yep, 2 scenes. 1 scene with the screen and 1 scene without. So I can choose to come to this room for a general chat or to bring down the screen. So again, I'd love you to fire in any suggestions you've got as we work through this, to see to suggest things for what we could put in the background so it's not quite so boring, because the initial idea is rows of books which aren't particularly interesting. So feel free to fire those ideas in as we get to it. So I think that's everything just about covered for today. Let me pop back to the main room and see what's happening in the chat. Golden Slime, good to have you with us, buddy. Great to see you here. Well, actually, I think you know, but I'll say it for anybody that doesn't know or recognise my accent, which is surprising to me, but I do still get the occasional comment asking if I'm American or Australian, which always surprises me. I'm from England, I'm from the UK, and it's just after 3 o'clock here in the afternoon. And for those that know the UK, I'm from around the Midlands area, near Nottingham. Most people tend to know of Nottingham because of Robin Hood, thankfully. It's got a bit of a reputation, it seems. But yeah, please do share where you're from. Let everybody in the chat know where you are. It's great to know who's out there and where you're from. Okay, Kaylight, that's good. At least you know. A lot of people don't for some reason. It's one of those things that crops up occasionally, and people ask where I'm from. I think I've had Irish once. Someone asked if I was Irish. Don't know why. From somebody that's in England, recognising the accents, different regions of England, as well as from the UK, is really easy, and it's really natural. But I know for some areas in the world, accents from the UK don't quite match what they expect and don't quite necessarily sound different from other areas. And for those that are confused, one pet peeve of mine that I hear all the time, people suggest I've got a British accent, and I haven't. It's an English accent. There's no such thing as a British accent. It's something that I hear on TV all the time, people suggesting you've got a British accent. No such thing. There really isn't one. But anyway. That's right, Golden Slime. Yeah, I put it against my account in Discord, so people know where I am, because often there'll be a message through at 3 or 4 in the morning my time, and people saying, Darren, can you answer this question? Where are you? Why aren't you here? Well, I'm in bed. And it's one of those fantastic things that we're all here from all over the world, chatting together as though we're all close together and nearby. And that's why you can't take for granted where somebody's from when you're speaking to them on here. It's really great. It's really good, which is why, again, I love inviting people to let me know where they're from when on these chats. So let me just take the chat off the main screen. But no doubt you can have it yourself on your screen, and I'll keep an eye on the chat at this end. So if you chat to me, ask any questions or offer any advice or suggestions, I'll see them as they come through. And I'll try and keep an eye on it the best way I can. Let me bring that down there. And we'll see how we get on. Oh, there was a question earlier that I meant to go back to. Let me just go back and check before we go any further. K-Light, can you make a tutorial on animating without a drawing pad, just using the laptop touchpad and mouse? And I've heard this question a couple of times, and in the past I've said I can't do it just yet. I'm not sure what I would demonstrate, how I would present that information. It's not something that I do. Before I got my screen tablet, I had a non-screen tablet for about 10 years that I worked with. So I've not really drawn with a mouse or trackpad. But there are, I guess, some tips I could share. And the main one that I'll share today is to try and use the geometric tools. In particular, there's the straight line tool, but the polyline tool, the arc tool for drawing curved lines, and also the multi-arc tool, as you may have guessed if you don't know, for drawing multiple arc lines. That's for drawing lines that's joined together around a character, but for each section of the line being a curve. But it's something I've considered, and we may come back to look into doing that. So potentially yes, but no plans just yet. If I do so, I'd like to do it and have do a good job of it and make it worthwhile. So keep asking me during these streams or commenting on videos. And if you've got any suggestions of what I can demonstrate, please do send those through, and we'll see how if we can put that together. Let me just rearrange this. Yeah, and I've come back to the latest comments. Can you give any tips? Yeah, the geometric tool is the best tip I think I can give, because you can use the mouse for that. I guess another one is just use pencil and paper. So draw your main sketch on pencil and paper. You could then scan it or take a photo on your mobile phone if you can borrow one or use one. Or if you've got a camera on your laptop, take a picture, bring that into OpenToonz or Tahoma, and then on a separate level, use the geometric tools with the arc and multi-arc to draw around your pencil sketch so you can create a neat line. So I guess, yeah, we could put a few tips together in a single video for this, but I want to make sure it's worthwhile. Exactly, Maria. Yes. There's no such thing as an American accent. I mean, I'm happy for people to talk about English accents, but there are regional accents in England. So there's perhaps 15 at least distinct regional accents in the country. But it's just the fact people talk about a British accent when they mean English, because there's separately a Scottish accent, Irish accent, and a Welsh accent. They're all in Britain, but they usually people mean English accent. So it's a peculiar thing that when someone says it, it makes me go, ooh, why is that? Carol's asking, hello there, Carol. Is Toonz still working on OpenToonz? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yeah, that's not changed. It only works on vector levels though, which is one thing people tend to forget and they try it on other levels. So yeah, absolutely. It's a great feature. There's a few tweaks into using it. There's a few things to learn about it. It's not quite as flexible as you may have used in Flash or other software, but it's really, really very good. Okay, so let me start a new project. Do keep asking questions and chatting. I will answer them all as we go through this. That's no problem. Let me first create a new project and then we'll come back to the chat. So onto new project, and so I'm going to create in my streams folder. So in OpenToonz, even though I'm working with Tahoma, it's where I kept all of my stream projects. So inside stream projects, I'll create one which is going to be called library OBS. But again, as I said before, the initial name is just the initial name. We can always rename this later if we find a more suitable name for the project or for the scene. So the scene, we'll just call this library again. I'll leave it as standard HD, 24 frames a second. And that's created, so that's ready to get started. Okay. Yeah, no problem, K-Light. I'll be here for a while, so if you pop back later, no doubt you'll find me here. Enjoy your dinner. Catch you soon, buddy. Yes, Carol. So just to continue slightly, for the tweening, the auto in-betweening, use a vector level. Break down your shapes into simple shapes. So rather than trying to tween a whole character moving across the screen or doing a movement, if you want, for instance, a character doing a wave, then I would suggest you draw the main part of the character on one level, and then on a separate vector level, you could draw the arm as an arm. My hand looks gigantic. Draw the arm as an arm, or just as a simple shape. So you could draw a circle at the top and bottom for the elbow, and then draw the second position in the second position, tween that, and then you can either draw over the top on the same level where your main body is, or keep that on a separate level. But don't try and necessarily tween the arm waving and somebody leaning and his head going forwards and blinking, and too many things just confuses the program. But for simple movements, it's a great tool, especially for background characters, less important things that don't need to be hand drawn neatly, or for mechanical things. So if you've got say a train with the, I don't know what you call it, the pivot arm on the wheels that just moves around like that, rather than trying to animate yourself, you could use the tweening for that. So it's really great to try and use it. Thank you again. Apologies for the bad name pronunciation, Serjan. Yeah, Aaron Blaze, Fundamentals of Animation course. I highly recommend it. I bought that myself a while back when it was on sale. Is having sales more often these days, so if you can grab a hold of that, do take a look at that. He also has courses for bipedal, so two-legged and four-legged walks for animals. They're worth taking a look at as well if you can afford them, so do take a look at that. Absolutely, Marie, you really should do. If you've got a few dollars spare, they're really good quality courses, well worth taking a look at. Bilal, welcome. Good to have you back on the stream, buddy. Oh, cheers. So I've got my Jack Skellington mug again. There he is, with a lovely cup of tea to keep you going through today's stream, or at least until the break time. So let's get started on this drawing. Again, keep firing questions in. We'll get through to them as we do so. So on my second screen, I have actually got a set of reference drawings that I downloaded. I did a Google search yesterday. Just resize that so I can see the chat as well as this. There we go. Let me bring that onto the screen so you can see what I've got here. Bring it down. So I've got a few pictures which is kind of straightforward, of kind of a library or a study kind of area. And even though we all know what a shelf of books looks like, using reference, I keep saying this to you and I have to say it to myself so I don't forget, using reference, just make sure you stay on a model of a realistic drawing, because it's really easy to draw a symbolic version of what you think you know how to draw. And I found this out a few weeks ago when I was drawing the kettle for the kitchen scene. So I downloaded a few backgrounds of kind of the background of the sort of thing I want for this scene, and also of the large wingback chair that I want to draw for me to sit in the corner. Let me pop this over to the other screen so I can take a glance at that as we work. Oh, that's good to hear, Sir Jan. It's sometimes tricky to pronounce names you've not seen before, or from other countries or other cultures. So if I pronounce anybody's name wrong, please do let me know. I'll try and get it right. There's no guarantee, but I'll certainly do my best if I can. So that's good to hear. Thank you. So let me just do as I always do when I start on these sort of drawings. Let's create a new level. So hit one of these three buttons at the bottom to create a new level. And I'll use a standard raster level, which is the right hand button. I won't name it, I'll leave it with its default name. If I was to name it, I might just call it sketch or something, but we're going to have so few levels, I think, in this scene that I don't need to name them. Plus, I created a new project, as I tried to do for new scenes, so all drawings are totally separate from any other drawings for any other scenes. I'm just thinking now, I think I'm going to do everything within the one scene, because I want a background. I also want to do the animation of the screen coming down, but to place that in the right place, I think I'll keep it within the same scene and then choose to render them as two different pieces. I think that's probably fair. We'll start with that. We can always change our mind later. Carol, have you done a camera tutorial on the channel? I kind of have, but I need to do another one, realistically, because the last one I did was probably a couple of years ago, and I did that before the camera column came back into the timeline or X sheet. So I should really create another one. The last one I created you can find on the channel. If you just go to the channel and type in camera, you'll come across it. Instead of animating directly in the camera column, I created a dummy column just by creating a drawing, as I did here. Didn't draw in it, just created a drawing, and then in the stage schematic I connected that to the camera, and I can't remember if it is that way round or that way round. Thinking it must be this way around because of the connections that's possible here. You see that okay? And then once you've got the camera connected to it, you can add the animation to that column. And that's really beneficial because it means you can create multiple columns for different types of animation. So you could have one column, for instance, I think in the video I demonstrated for if you've got an animation of someone driving in a car. So one column with the camera shaking up and down, just to simulate the car movement, or if you imagine you're traveling on a train or other vehicle, or if you're on a boat and you're moving slowly up and down. And then the second column I use to zoom in and out to change the scale, to adjust the position of the camera. By having them on separate columns, it makes it easier to move the keys. But for a lot of what you want for your camera movement, putting it in the single camera column is going to be fine. So I ought to really create another one at some point. Thank you for asking that question. I really should come back to that. If you take a look on my channel, you should find something that will help. So let's grab the brush. And as always, I'm on the raster level. So I'll go to the raster tab and I'll choose the pencil brush, which is a really nice brush for sketching. There's a choice of the pencil brush and I think about OpenToonz 1.5 has a new set of brushes that I've not yet brought into Tahoma2D because you can share them between both projects. That's right, Maria. Thank you. Yes, I did. Yeah, with two cameras. That's a slightly more complex staging of the two cameras, but yeah, to have a single scene but then two cameras to move between. Yeah, I remember that one now. Again, that's going back a couple of years. I've been doing these for a while. Yeah, there's so many options for using the camera in OpenToonz. But I think a very simple camera tutorial would be really useful, so I'll have to come back and do that at some point. Okay, so I've got a pencil brush here. So if I go back again to the actual room that I'm drawing the layout for, this is it here. So I want a chair, I'll go this way around, a chair behind me, coming perhaps above my head and down here. And then the shelves everywhere else above me and to my left. So I need to do that. So let's go out and start sketching on here. I've got my reference over on my other screen there. So I'm sitting here. Sort of. Right, let me change to that scene. There we are. And obviously if I sketch too quickly, because I'm streaming, it struggles to keep up at times, so I need to bear that in mind. So let me just move this sort of there-ish and bigger head like that. And just trying to see where you get to. So you kind of get to my elbows there. Like that. So I need the chair here. And I love these, if I can do it clearly enough, these little wings they have on some of these kinds of chairs, and arms at the front, something like that. And no doubt I want to resize this, so I think I might do a pre-render at some point to get the basic layout, pop it into this scene, and then see how it looks. So again, we'll have one on this side. And it may be that I'll move the camera of me across so I can fit more of the chair in. So let's just bring that over, give me more space to draw it in. And while I'm doing the sketching, it's worth mentioning for Carol and anybody else out there, I've seen a couple of names I don't recognise that I've seen before, that if you want to chat to other people that are working with OpenToonz and Tahoma, to ask questions, to share your work, to find out what's happening with the project, then do join me over on my Discord server. There's a link down below on Facebook, on YouTube here, to the Discord. So come over and join us for a chat. And over there we also share our own animations, drawings. I know Caligiero, who joins us often on the YouTube live streams, he shares some of his projects he's working on, where he's experimenting with different ways of animating, so that's always good to see. So if you want to join us, take a look at the link and you'd be welcome to come along and join us there. I'd like a desk here as well. I'm not sure quite what perspective we'd have on here, but what I'd do is I'll create the desk on a separate column and render that out separately. So in OBS I can stack them. So I'll have the background including the chair, then I'll have my camera in front, and then I'll have the desk in front of that. K-Light's back already. That was really quick. I want to have a lamp as well. I quite fancy over here. So I'm not sure quite what sort of lamp I want yet. Again, let's just start sketching some things in just to get a feel for where we are. And let's keep it rough and ready because we'll come back and neaten this up later. Let's just sort of get things in place. So that's the basics for the corner where I want to be sitting. And then we're going to have the screen, want it as large as possible. Not to the edge of the screen, I think. Something like that. Similar to kind of the size I have when we review anyway. And that'll sit about there. And then behind me, I was planning just to have, well, straight lines later, a number of sort of large cupboards here, I was thinking. And then potentially for background animation, the doors could open and things could pop out. I was kind of thinking Halloween time, you might get a monster's claw coming out for a second. Maybe, we'll come back to some of that. And then on top of these cupboards, the space for a shelf. This will go all the way across. And then a number of shelves, bookshelves behind with books and other things on. And this is where I'm happily open to your suggestions of what you think might be on these bookshelves. And because I want this room to be used without the screen, these will go across the full length. So we need to work out how large these are going to be. Something like that. I don't have too many. I need to work out where things are. And then I just plan to have lots and lots of books. So maybe a divider down here between the shelves. Maybe. Yeah, Caleb does explain things really well, and I like that he's working on some things different to the standard workflow. So it's testing things, it's testing the program, OpenToonz or Tahoma, and how you might want to animate. And he did some experiments a while back with the kaleidoscope effect. I remember that, which created some amazing effects. I love those. He's been working on rotoscoping recently. And that's again an interesting method to work out how you can create the movement in your animation. We just put some. So on some shelves, I intend to have books all of the same size. Others would have just some books at an angle here with a gap, and then again some other books maybe. On some shelves, I'd like to have ornaments of some sort, so we need to have a think about that. We talked about this, Maria, before, didn't we? When we were doing the kitchen, about being able to recognise the titles of the books. The thing is, they'd have to be quite large books to recognise them, so I'd have to have a large book, books on a bookshelf to be able to read some titles. I'd like to do that if I could. I love the idea, I think you suggested it for the kitchen, of having cookbooks, but change the title to be mixed with animation style work. So have a book of like how to boil a tween or something, mixing cooking vernacular with animation descriptions. So yeah, that'd be good. But I don't want the shelf to all be boring of just books. The right hand side here, that is kind of going to be hidden for a lot of the time behind the screen. So what I'll do, let me bring up my grid, bring up the rule of thirds, and show the grid. So I can see a line at the 2/3 positions. And what I will do is where I drew this dividing line, let's bring that onto the 3rd line. And I'll do the same here. So we have 2 dividers at 3rds positions. Gives us a nice symmetry on the roof. When you, out of interest then, Yo-san, when you say Easter egg, do you mean a literal Easter egg? Or I think you mean something else. But what kind of Easter eggs could we include? So for instance, one of the things that came to mind is to include imagery from other animators that I admire or that I know or friends of the channel. So for instance, somewhere, not necessarily where I'm drawing it here, somewhere we'd have an apple with a moustache. And I think there'll be a few people watching that will know who that is. Yeah, a hidden message. That's what I thought you meant. So yeah, so we'd have an apple in there for a certain YouTube person that's again friend of the channel. I possibly have one of the characters or a head of one of the characters from Dave's new cartoon, Salt and Light. So for that, let me just draw these all in the same place for now, and we can decide where to place them later. So we'll have a picture frame here maybe. And then in the picture frame we might have, oh, what's his name? I wanted to say Golek, but no, not Golek. Asher, with his pointy beard. Quite a small space to be able to draw this though, so. Correct, K-Light, correct. But again, Maria, that's exactly right. This is the kind of thing where, for first pass, I want it fairly simple, but looking complete so it can be used. And then later, I'll come back and either during the live streams or separate as part of one of my tutorials on a Friday, create an animation to demonstrate something, but use it on the stream. So maybe you'd have an egg here that opens up like a mechanical music box. So it could split in the middle here, and then the top could lift up and then move to one side, something come out, do a little dance or turn around, and then the lid close again. That kind of thing. So that's the kind of background animations, just something subtle, not to take over the scene, just to move a little bit in the background, as well as maybe, you know, something peeking over here occasionally that's hidden behind the books, or the little Darren Tea face, or that kind of thing. But I've got lots of bookshelves to put things on, so again, keep firing out any ideas of what you think we can do, because apart from one or two of these little ideas, there's going to be rows and rows of books. Excuse me, and this is where I was thinking of having potentially a fireplace at the bottom. I may come back to later and replace that in there. Let me just take a look at my reference images that I've got up here. So let's see. So again, on the bookshelves I'm looking at, let me bring that down here so you can see it too. There's lots of knickknacks, flowers, books. There's not books all the way across. There's some on the side, some standing up. Little statues or something on there. Then we've got just a messy bookcase And I kind of got these images as well to help me with the colours, to pick the colours to use in here. And this is just a super neat bookcase, which is from a legal firm or something like that, where all the books are the same, but they're just covering different dates or different areas. I like the bouncing ball. I like that idea, Tom. Yeah, well, I think we should probably do that. Probably do that in there. Yeah, so I've got a picture on the wall, so it's not just all bookcases on this image, but again at the back here, behind the desk, this is the kind of view. So you've got plates. So yeah, so any ideas you have for the sort of things we'll put into here, I'll happily come back and we'll change this anyway. Let me pop. Snoozing cat. I do want to bring in my cat. I talked about it for the kitchen scene, to have her outside sleeping under the tree. Yeah, having her sleeping on a shelf maybe as well. So let's get some more sketches in here because I want to get through the sketch and some of the inking today. Let's see what we've got. So again, a lot of this will be hidden behind the screen. We'll have some books there. We'll have some laying flat, maybe. That's quite large. Let's have a big circular plate. We'll have something on there, and you can see that as I'm scribbling the circle, I've got some pointy lines here. Again, that's just down to the streaming software slowing down my system. It just happens every Sunday when I'm not streaming. Tahoma runs very smooth, so it's kind of tricky for me to slow down as I'm doing this. But I'll try. So again, let's have some books on here. Gap in the middle. Flower pot. Yes, we did say that earlier about having flowers. Let's pop a flower pot in. Let's pop them down the shelf below. For now, again, let's draw symbols. So flowers here. We'll come back now, find a reference for the kind of flower pot we might have. Let's pop that there. Maybe a vase down here. Flowers in, yeah. Exactly, Maria. Yeah, change with the season. Just over time they change, and if I build them into the scene, I can re-render it or re-render portions to overlay. And as I've said before, same as the kitchen scene, if you guys want to design something, a small animation, a GIF animation, or just a small image, share it on the Discord. And then if I can make it fit and if we've got space for it, I'll pop it into the scene for next week or the week after. So feel free to join me in building this scene up. I had got this as a shelf here, but again, I need to think about the perspective for this to look right. So let's check on these images I've got here and how they look. Yeah, so we've got here the perspective of the top shelf. You can see underneath it a little bit. The middle couple of shelves are straight on, coming towards eye level where I am, but you can see just a bit over the top of this. So what I think I'll do, if I use the selection tool and highlight everything but the chair to here, try again, straight across, around, oops, around the chair. I'll go too quickly. Here we go. And then extend it down like that. Ross is asking, can you make clipping animation? If so, could I make a tutorial? What do you mean by clipping animation, Barroso? If I go to the eraser using the freehand option, let's take out some of these messy lines here. And then back to the brush, just connect these cupboards back up. And then we want to see a little bit of this shelf here, like this. So again, back to the eraser, and let me take out some of these extra lines. Yeah, so what I might do, thinking about it, as we're coming up with ideas and as time goes by, I'm sure we'll all come up with some other ideas. I think if I just create this with lots of gaps on the shelves, ready to come back to, and we can re-add things in later, I think that'll work okay. So let me, now I've got the image on screen, if I right click and go full screen mode, so I can see just this image, and then right click and choose fit to window, so that's the whole screen shown there. And then if I go to my actual room where I'll be using it, oh, it puts it in the corner. Let me go between the two just to see how I fit in there. Not too bad, actually, if I look where my head is. So can I use the selection tool in here? Again. And let's, it's not liking it, so let me undo, exit full screen mode, fit to this window, and then try again to select the chair. And when you use the selection tool and go off screen, it sometimes struggles to join the beginning and end positions. There we are. In fact, let me take the lamp as well. Let's move this over that little bit. And then using the eraser, take out what we don't want on the table. How will I get different animation perspective? Again, Carol, if you can detail a bit more of what you mean by that. And same for you, Barroso, if you want to help me a bit more about what clipping animation is, what you mean by clipping. I think I know what you might mean about using the matte in and matte out effects, for those of you that know what those effects are. And that's to have a drawing shown only in one part of the screen or hidden from one part of the screen, so it's clipped to that part. And I've done so for shadows, to show shadows clipped to the character. I don't know if that's what you mean. If so, let me know. Regarding perspectives, during an animation, you kind of, each scene will have one single perspective point and one view for the scene. So you're referring to having different scenes with different perspective points for that? Because if so, again, feel free to type in, let me know. But if you do mean that, then whenever you have got an animation with multiple scenes, if you think about a traditional film or TV program where you've got the camera view looking in one direction, and then it cuts and shows the camera looking in a different direction, cuts and comes back to the first. Each time the camera changes position, you'd create a different scene in OpenToonz or Tahoma. So each scene would be only one particular camera location, one position and one perspective. So when you talk about different animation perspectives, I'm assuming you mean as in 1, 2 and 3 point drawing perspective, or do you mean different perspectives, a human perspective on animation? So you can try and detail that. We'll have a think about that. Let me make this full screen again and fit to the window. And if I flip between the full screen view here and to me going in the corner there, that's kind of where I'd sit in the chair I think that's not too bad for a start. We'll take a look at that. Let's continue with that for now. Exit full screen mode and fit to window. Drawing perspective. Yeah. Have you seen how to do drawing perspective in the programs? And quick question, Carol. Do you use OpenToonz or Tahoma? OpenToonz. I was about to say that's a shame, but it's not. It's a great program. I use it myself quite a lot. I use Tahoma more these days because you have got some more perspective options, which is why I brought it up. You can work out your perspective and draw it traditionally almost by creating another level and drawing your perspective lines to aim against. But in Tahoma, we've got perspective options. I don't know if I'll be using today, to be honest. But in past streams, I've used them. When I set up the kitchen scene, I used them. And basically, it involves when you've got the brush selected, you look down here at the bottom of the screen. If you've got a large view of the screen, or if you can briefly go full screen on your computer, you'll see the options for the line helper tools. So one of them is here, Control and Alt to add and remove a vanishing point. If I go to a separate drawing briefly, use the standard brush because it doesn't work with the pencil and the other raster type brushes, but it works with the standard one. So if I hold Control and Alt and click over here, that creates a perspective vanishing point. And then at the top right here on the viewer, if you click the small arrow next to the grids, you can show the vanishing point rays, and you can adjust the angle of them to get more or fewer of them and change the opacity of the lines. And now if you hold Alt, when you draw a line, it draws it to the vanishing point. Or if you click and draw away, it draws it away from it. And again, if you press Control and Alt, you can set a second vanishing point. And now if you hold Alt, depending if you're going to the left or to the right, it'll create a line to whichever vanishing point is the nearer. And then as you can see at the bottom, holding Control lets you draw straight lines at 5-degree angles. So you can draw completely vertical lines or completely horizontal. And again, holding Alt, I can draw a line to the perspective, holding Control, a line up, Alt, the perspective, Control, a line up, and continue to do so until you've drawn yourself a bit of a cube. So you've got tools in Tahoma that really help with perspective, but you can do it traditionally in OpenToonz if you like. Federico's asking, can you change the speed of pieces of the movement with the motion path, like keyframes? Like something like ease in, ease out, exponential. Yes, you can. I'm fairly sure you can. In the same way as you would for changing other animation movements. So to set the default before you create any animation, go to your preferences. And then on the animation tab, you can choose the default interpolation. So you can choose ease in or ease out, expression, exponential, and the rest. I like speed in and speed out to find it easier to adjust the handles. Let's just turn off that grid here. In fact, I have to go inside and turn off the vanishing point rays there. Let's go to the erase tool and get rid of that. So if here I'll just draw a little circle, to be honest. Oops. Select the brush, draw a little circle. That's really messy. Look at that. Amazing. Try again. Go slowly. Draw a little circle. That'll do. And then create a motion path for this. So from the FX room, select on the column, select to create a motion path. Now I've got a path here. And then using the brush tool, we can draw the path of where we want it to go to. Why is that? Tool can't be used on a motion path. I'm confused at the minute. Oh, I can't demonstrate that at the minute. That's really annoying. Perhaps need to restart to do so. So yeah, so if you draw your path, you'll extend out your drawing. Then on the first frame, you set the animation position. And on the last frame, you set final animation position. There we go. So it's actually using the path tool because we've got a path attached, so 0 to 100. Now if you go to the timing room and go to your column and show the path position, and it can travel from 0 to 100, so 0% being the start of the path, 100% being the end. And now you've got the interpolation between those two keys defaulted to speed in, speed out, as we had before, as we set in the preferences. And you can change that to ease in, ease out, or linear, or whatever you prefer. But for instance, if I go back to speed in, speed out and apply that, and then go to the graph view by pressing the button at the top right, double click in the area here, and it'll maximize those points to the whole screen. And then you can select the handles and change the ease in and ease out pacing. And if that's new to you, don't worry about it. It looks a bit complicated at first. It's something you can get used to, and it's not too bad once you've gotten used to it. I do intend to create a tutorial on how to use this. I just wanted to demonstrate the principle of changing the timing of how your object moves along that path. And you can see as I'm adjusting the handles here, if you look in the timeline, those two small arrows, which you can drag as well, they show where you're adjusting it to. So you can see the pacing of the path as it moves across time. Adam Gardner, hello there, welcome to the stream. You had tried Tahoma2D but couldn't find after drawing two layers how to change their order. It didn't work as you expected. Federico, sorry just to jump across chat. I absolutely love this. I don't know why I couldn't draw it there. I'm not going to worry about it. Let me actually try and delete that path and add another. Yeah, it's something wacky today. I'm not going to be concerned with that. But yeah, I really love it. Really, really good. There's so many things you can do with it. Once you start to use it and you get used to using it quickly, it's a lot easier to create movement. And to be able to create movement that's not straight lines across the screen using the animation tool, it'll give you a more natural feeling for your animation. So I was thinking the other day you could use this for birds flying across the screen, and again, rather than using the animate tool to move precisely straight line, you could use the motion path, them to swoop down and come back up again, or to inversely go up and come down, to move around. There's so many features so many uses you've got for that feature. Really, really good. So Adam, sorry about that. You said you couldn't work out how to change the order of two different layers. It didn't work as you expected. Did you figure that out in the end? How to change the layer order? Like a lot of things in OpenToonz or Tahoma, it's fairly straightforward. It's just a matter of seeing it working for the first time to understand how to do so. But yeah, so have you figured that out, or would you like me to show you that today? Really? Because the way you move things, Adam, in Tahoma is exactly the same as OpenToonz, and swap columns is exactly the same. So if I, for instance, delete, we start deleting things. Let me get rid of those extra drawings. Get rid of these animation keys. If I click on the column header, press the insert key, insert a blank column, and then click and drag drawing number 2 up to that column. To swap columns in the timeline, you click and drag the top bar of where the column name is. So on column 2, if I drag that bar down, it should drag it to the bottom, and drag the bottom one up, it drags it to the top. In fact, I'm going to restart Tahoma. That's the second thing that's gone peculiar, so let's just restart that. I guess in OpenToonz you're using the X sheet, and in Tahoma it's the timeline, and that's why the confusion of the difference between the two. Let me try again. So let me just set the names of these columns. Actually, this is the sketch column, because when you've got column names using the defaults, it does sometimes rename the default columns. It's quite strange. So let me just call this second column. I think it was actually working before. So if I click and drag the line at the top here, flashing there at the top of the sketch column, I can drag that to the bottom, or drag the second column down and drag it up. So dragging columns up and down is using the column header to move it up and down. If you're using the X sheet, right click on the column header, I can toggle the orientation. So now I've got an X sheet view. It's exactly the same thing, but the column header is larger and more obvious because it's where the name is. So I can click and drag the sketch column wherever I like, and again for the other column. So it's exactly the same. Let's right click and toggle the orientation again. But on the timeline view, it's the top bar of where the name is. So it's one of those things that's really straightforward and really easy once you've seen it. And because I've created these extra columns by going to the X sheet and moving them around, as soon as you start moving a column with a drawing in like this on the X sheet, it creates a column with a kind of a known name, even though there's no content in it. So to remove those, you just right click and choose remove empty columns, just to come back to my original 2. Or you could just click on them and press the delete key. That's easier for you. And again, to delete this column, I'll click on it and tap delete. So I'm back to my sketch column. So hopefully that helps you a little bit. But if you prefer using the X sheet like in OpenToonz, then as I say, just right click on column header and choose toggle orientation. Alternatively, you can go to the panels view and show an X sheet there, and then dock it somewhere on the screen to wherever is suitable for you. I would certainly consider giving Tahoma another go. It's got a few features that I find really useful, and I find so useful that I use it most of the time, which is why you see me using it here today. But I understand what you mean about saying, why bother when you've got OpenToonz, because both programs are very, very similar. Tutorial on smoke and fire effects. Yes, potentially, Carol. I wouldn't say I'm the best at that. I did, on the live stream a few weeks ago, do some dust particle effects on the dragon. So if you look back in the live stream section on my channel, you'll see where I'm animating a dragon with Yosemite Sam on. And as the dragon stops, the smoke comes out, or dust particles from his feet. And that's kind of the basics for what you need for a smoke effect. And then also, a couple of weeks ago, I've got a scene you'll see shortly when I go on a break, where I'll send you down to the kitchen, and you'll see the kettle boiling. And for the steam coming out of the kettle, that's using the particle effects of Tahoma. That's auto-generated effects for the smoke, where I just drew 3 smoke bubble shapes, I believe it was. And again, if you go back, look at the live streams, you'll see how I created that. Yes, Adam, it's really annoying, to be honest, that you have to just drag that little bar. It is kind of the same as the drawings. To move a drawing, you grab the little bar at the top as well. There we go. To move the drawing left and right into different frames. I wish you could drag the whole of the column header where the name is, like on the X sheet, or the whole of the drawing and click and drag that, and you can't. And again, it's those small things that make OpenToonz and Tahoma tricky to get into at first. And I talked earlier about a video for next Friday that I'm creating of how to start working with OpenToonz, and I need to be able to explain some of those trickier features that are kind of hidden at first. So I need to spend some time really to get into that. I don't blame you, Federico, but if you prefer the X sheet and you want to use Tahoma, as I say, just either change the orientation on this with toggle orientation, or create a new X sheet and dock that at the side and just use the X sheet. If that's what you prefer, that's entirely your choice. I used to prefer the X sheet, but since Tahoma came out, I've been forcing myself to use the timeline, purely because it gives you more frames on screen and you can zoom in and out to show fewer frames, but you can see the text on the drawings, you know, the level name and the drawing number, or that disappears as you go smaller, but now I can see 156 separate drawings on the timeline, compared to here I can only see 25, or if it's a full height, maybe 35. So for that, I'm trying to use the timeline more, and I think I'm getting used to it more so than the X sheet now. Let me just get rid of that and lock the rooms so I don't mess them up. Okay, so that's the first rough sketch. So let's create the first part of the inking for this. And as always, I think I'd like to use a Toonz Raster level. So I click the middle button here, create a new Toonz Raster level or Smart Raster level in Tahoma. Press OK. And then let's name this ink and hit save so I don't lose track of what it is. Oh, you've got the style editor glitch, have you? That's really annoying. I hope they can fix that soon, because so many people keep getting that. It keeps cropping up as an issue. Oh, it's a lovely cup of tea. In fact, you know what I've not done for a long time? I've not mentioned that you can, if you want to, you can treat me to a coffee. If you enjoy these streams or enjoy the tutorials or what we do over here in the channel, then there's a link below to treat me to a coffee if you want to. While I'm on here, let's mention that you can also follow me on the socials, over on Facebook, on Twitter, and also join me at Discord, where you can join the group to chat along with other artists and animators, share your work, to ask for help, and just chat about the programs. And for those that don't know, we are streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, so you can join us on your favourite service. But the stream will be recorded and available later on YouTube, so if you missed the start and want to catch up, or have to leave early and want to see how we end, you can pop over and take a look at that. And I plan to stream each week. Currently it's each Sunday, but it may need to change to be a weekday evening, so please do subscribe and hit the bell so you're notified of when the streams are due to start. So that's a bit of that housekeeping taken care of. Something I keep forgetting to mention. So let's do some inking, shall we? So let's start with the chair. And again, I'll bring up the reference on my other screen. There we go. That's a beautiful old style red leather chair, so that's really good. So let's start with that. Using the standard brush tool, let's figure out the size. Let's start off at 3. No, that's far too thin, so we'll go up to 5. You may have noticed I'm clicking in the minimum section to increase the brush size, and the maximum jumps up at the same time. And I've said this a few times before, it's really useful that if you want to set them both to the same size, if you're increasing the size, just set the minimum, because then the maximum can't be lower than that, so it'll increase the maximum automatically. So I've typed 7, then press tab, so the max goes to 7. If you want to reduce it, reduce the maximum, so I bring that down to 5 by tapping 5 in there and then tab, and it reduces the minimum so it isn't larger than the max. Okay, Federico, thanks for joining us today. If you want to catch up later to see where we get to, then take a look on YouTube. Hopefully we'll catch you soon on another one of these streams. It's been really good having your company today, so thank you. Okay, so one thing I want to make sure I have to consider as I'm drawing these is to make use of the new segment erase feature. So if you've not seen that before, let me just reduce the opacity of the sketch. It's not as bright. I've changed the colour, so I recognise it's different to the current drawing level that I'm on. And the segment erase feature basically means if I draw a line swooping here for the side of the chair, and then I want to draw one to the other side and a line across the top, instead of trying to match exactly the start point of that line and then hitting the end point of that line and it makes your line go wobbly in between, instead of that you can swoop a line across both of them quite quickly, not worry about connecting. And then if you go to the erase option, in the type of erase, change it to segment. That means I can now trace a line over any overlapping lines and it deletes that line. And you can do it more than one line at a time, so I can draw over both. Oop, turns out I can't. Let me try it on the left. Yep, and it takes away both lines. Let me try that one first and then that one. So it's a feature to try and draw lines in a smoother way and be able to erase any overlapping lines. Okay, so let's draw this. So we'll start off with the arms of this chair first. It goes up. In fact, let me turn on smoothing a little bit higher. Pressure on over all. That's fine. I'm looking at the reference image I've got over on my second screen there. So it comes up, over, round and down. A little bit like that. Okay. No. Keep going. Try and get it right. If I go back to the sketch drawing, and then sort of draw roughly what I want on more of a straight line here. That goes round here, not too thin here, and this curves around comfortably. I'm just trying to create a pleasing shape. So now I've got that in the sketch, it might be easier to ink over the top. Let's try and draw it in one. I think I might, almost, I want more of the top to be flat. I'm going to erase that using the freehand version of the eraser, just to get rid of that. Let's try taking this from here down there. Good, let's try that. Now take a copy of this, so I'll select it with the freehand selector. Press Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and now while that copy is selected, I can go to the horizontal option on the options bar here for the selector and put -100%, which will flip it. And it'd be nice if there was a button to flip. I think that'd be really useful for the selection tool. And then I'll continue to use the keyboard so I can keep both arms of the chair level with each other. And I'll need to move my pointer inside the viewer. And then if I hold shift and tap left, it moves over it a large amount at a time. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'll select the brush tool and that'll settle down there. So next, let's do the back of the chair. And again, I'll go back to my sketch level to give me more of a line to sketch over. Looking at the example I've got in the reference there. Again, that's kind of, it's got more of a sticking out part here. Kind of got a nice curve. Are you off then, Carol? Great to have you with us today. Hopefully I'll see you again on another stream. So if you can join me next week, that'd be lovely to see you. And as I say, if you want to join the Discord to have a chat later with me or anybody else on the server, it'd be great to see you there. Yeah, thanks for the steam. That's fine. Yeah, it's so easy. For some reason, much easier to make spelling mistakes in these chats. I find myself doing it all the time when I'm on somebody else's stream. Let's add this to where it needs to be here. The lovely curve. Join that up there. And now I've got that. Let's try and draw the inked version of that. Nearly. The size keeps changing, so let me do one side first and then do the other separately. Not too bad. Okay, I'll take that. Pencil sketches, me too, Maria. Me too. I do like how the pencil looks, and sometimes the line, you lose some of the life out of an animation. In fact, let me delete that on the left and let's copy the whole thing. Yeah, you sometimes lose a little bit of the life out of it from going from pencil to ink. Again, copy, paste. -100. There we go. And then hold shift. And then hold shift to the left. Let's place that in the right place. That'll do just fine. So, how are we going to do this top part of the chair? So we've kind of got a yeah, it's mirrored across the top, where it starts here, comes higher, and then comes lower. So again, I'll go back to the sketch, and we'll try on the sketch first. So it starts off lower. Let's put a line in here, and I can mark where it starts on both sides. Bring that up, and it comes up here, like this. And then we can work out how to curve it. And again, this would be useful to have a mirror feature like you do in Critter, where you can just drag a line across the screen and then place it for mirroring, and then you can draw one side and it's exactly mirrored and drawn on the other. That would be a really useful feature, I think, for Tahoma. So that is off to one side, so let me bring that to the left a bit. Then with the brush, let's join that up. And let's go back to the ink layer and try that. Good, that'll do just fine. And then I think we need to draw in the rest of this wing here, which sort of comes down to there on both sides. Good. Even though I'm going to be sitting in front of it, let's draw the back of the chair, like there. Right, we undo that. If I hold the control key, draw a perfectly horizontal line. Same for the bottom part of the cushion, although this will be hidden behind the table. Let's still add it in there. And again, let's overlap this, try out the segment erase, see how well that works. Oh, a little bit struggling there. So if you go a different direction, it did make a difference. But if I go back to the normal eraser and zoom in, I can see a little bit of an overlap still. I still think I want to do that by hand. And same for the other side. So how are we all doing today? We all doing okay? We're doing any animation ourselves while the stream's on? If you'll excuse me for 1 second, I'll just pop my camera off. Need to wipe my nose. And no one wants to see that. And I'm back. We've got 12 people watching, so good to have you with us today. Go back to the brush. And I want to add in this crazy pattern these chairs always have. And to help with that, I thought I'd use the grid. Let me turn on the grid by clicking the button at the top right here. And this grid feature is only available in Tahoma. So press that button, then we expand the options. I'll take away the rule of thirds. I want a horizontal and vertical grid. Let's turn on the vertical grid. And looking at the example image, we've got 4 kind of offset here, so 6 kind of buttons on the back of the leather. Let's change the spacing, make it smaller. I kind of get 6 in there. Let's count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A bit larger. Then we'll adjust the offset so it looks the same on the left and right. So the lines now are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in between. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And then horizontally, how far apart? They are further apart, they're not squared, so we can reduce them a little bit. Decide where we want the top one by moving the offset here. And that needs to be just a little bit below. Let's try that. So again, the brush tool here, to make this easier to edit later, what I'll do is I'll create a different colour. Let's change to the list view, and I'll change the names of these. So I'll call the second one buttons. And to help with organising the colours, I'll create a new tab by pressing the button at the top right of the palette area. Double click on the name page 2, and we'll call this chair. Back to the first tab, holding the control key, I can click and drag buttons over the tab, drop it down and release. So now I don't need to name the colours chair buttons, it can be a shorter name in here. And now I can have all my colours for the chair in the one section, apart from the outlines, which I've used the initial black colour. But by creating another palette entry, it means that later I can choose to use the eraser only on the buttons themselves, and it won't affect the ink lines that's on the screen. So for the buttons, they are just a little circle. So we've got 4 there, we've got 5 here. They're quite close together. I'm going to adjust them even further now. So the vertical lines, make them further apart for this one. 1, 2, 3, a bit more. Change the offset again. 3, 4. Let's make it 3. Let's do the large ones first, and we'll go in between afterwards. Let's try that. Okay. So with the pen tool, I'm just going to make a small circular mark. Let's turn down this smoothing. Zoom in a little bit more, see what I'm doing. And there's a lot of detail. I don't put too much detail into this. So at these points here, I'm going to put a button at the intersection of these lines. A bit too close together, to be honest. I'm thinking ahead of myself. I've got the first 3 buttons there. So if I adjust the spacing here to create an additional one in between, you'll see what I mean in a second. Let's align that up. Smaller. That. Yeah. Now, if I go in between on the next button down, I can then create the shape that I need for this pattern here. Okay, again, we add a new color, and we'll call this button lines. I don't know what you would call this. It's part of the seam. So then, using the button lines option, I'll draw some straight lines up here. Make this slightly smaller. Maximum size as well. Bring that down. And as I'm doing lines, let's increase the smoothness. So I was thinking during the week, because I've been listening to what you might call a radio play, old radio play from the 60s, I think it was. I'm fairly sure it's before the moon landings. Let's join these together. And it's called Journey into Space, and I expect most or none of you will have heard of that. And I was just thinking that'd be a great story to put into animation. So to animate the audio for that, obviously the audio is already recorded, and to animate against. And if I'd not got any other projects outstanding, I'd quite like to animate that. I think it's a great story, well told, well presented. It is made for the radio, so often you find that they're describing things that you wouldn't need to describe, or you wouldn't normally describe in a normal visual program. That might affect how you present things. I think it'd be quite fun to animate some of that. So I was considering, as a later project, later in the year or sometime, to animate like a trailer for it. So to have a listen to the first story, because they've got a number of stories in there. I think they've got 4 or 5 different stories. And I've heard them a couple of times. They're really good. But then to animate the first one, create a trailer, so chop up the audio to create a 60-second trailer and then animate that. I think that'd be quite a fun thing to do. That I'd quite like to do if I had a bit more time. But I'll continue listening to the stories now anyway. but it's one thing on the back burner that I might do. The problem is, of course, it's not my audio. It's got copyright issues. But to create an animation of it, I can't see that should cause much of a problem. It's kind of almost advertising for the program, and the program, as I say, is 60 years old. I believe it was the first episode, or the first series, was released before we landed on the moon. And part of the story is, for the first series, is them going to the moon, and it's kind of a joint English-Australian space program, because back then, of course, we did have a space program in this country where, use the right colour, where we were helping to send rockets up into space. We had our own rockets we were developing, and we also worked with NASA, I know, at that time. Yeah, that's kind of the basics here. Then I'll add another one for creases. But it's just a great story. It's a really great story, and it's very engaging to listen to. And to animate the whole series would be fantastic, but I'd need to get permission from the BBC for that. Not very likely. But I've considered picking out portions and trying to edit a trailer for it to selectively show the story and animate parts of that. I think it might be quite fun to do. But I've got a few other projects to work on first. So I need to do that. Let's bring down the colour of this black for these creases. Make them sort of a grey colour for the lines. And then for the creases, same again. Let's bring it down a little bit. I want to have kind of some little lines coming off where the buttons are, if I can. Just try and draw them lightly. Just to sort of show where this is pulling and where it's sewn together, kind of thing. Bring the minimum size down a little bit more. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I have got plans for what to work on when I finish these stream projects here. I've mentioned it before, so it's worth mentioning again, I guess, is hoping to get back to the Futurama project I was working on with Dave from Blended Planet, where I was just working on an introduction for the first 3 or 4 minutes of the audio that he's already created. Just as a kind of a proof of concept, and it's a proof of a couple of concepts. It's a concept of the program itself, of the story that he's put together, but also a proof of concept of whether I can work on this animation to work out the workflow that I need to create the cartoon, to put it together. And if the first part goes well, then potentially we might be working on the rest of it. And the audio I've got at the minute isn't the full audio, it's not the entire story, and would need to re-record some of it. So I'd have to basically start again, I think, if we were to go ahead with it. Bring down this colour, it's quite... but I think getting it together and working through that stage, knowing full well that it kind of will be thrown away, put to one side as a proof of concept, will teach me enough to work out the workflow I need to put it together, how to share drawings, because it's the sharing of the drawings that I'm interested in, of how you can do that to get the most out of what you draw. I haven't got time to draw every character in every scene over and over, so I'd like to share the drawings, but I don't want to do cutout animation for it. Ideally, that can look a little bit too stiff. So it's all kind of part of the same concept, to figure out how to how to do this this animation. Put these in a bit more. So that's in a few weeks' time. Once I've gotten past setting up the streams here with these extra little images and backgrounds. I also would like to create a a drawing tablet here to have in front of me, a little cartoon one, which is a small project to do. I think that'd be quite interesting. It'd be fun to have as well, I think, on the stream. Omar C, thank you very much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. And Sketchy Mez, hello friend. How you doing? How are you doing today? Okay, that's the basics for that. I'm going to add a few more creases down here on the chair. Again, we may not well see them. Let me add them in anyway. Just add a little bit of texture to it. And then I want to add those little silver buttons you have around the edge. And that's a little bit of path for it. Outside buttons. There we go. So we're down to 8 viewers now. So we're losing them as the minutes go by. Excuse me a minute. So if you have any questions, then please do join in the chat. Let me know what's on your mind. I think I'll use the sketch level, the pencil tool, to draw where I'd like these buttons to be. Let me bring up the opacity so I can see it a bit clearer. Basically, it's near to the edge. That. Around here. Yeah, Maria, I think it's one of those things that the radio plays that I know younger people won't listen to. They don't listen to the radio, obviously, and it's a way to get the story out there again. It's an old story, and it's one that's got great critical acclaim. It's really well. It's really well heard of, and people really have heard it, really enjoy it. So yeah, it'd be a good way to get something out there. It's just one of my favourites, so I'd quite like to do that. But we'll see if I can make time. As I say, the future armour thing will take quite a while to do, if I do manage to complete it. I've still got to work on learning how to draw the characters and to figure out if I can draw the characters. Because I started the animation for that. Oh, I was going to say the beginning of last year. It may even have been the year before. But the original character I drew of Professor Farnsworth, to get started, I actually traced him rather than drawing him by eye. I don't think that's a good long-term plan. So I was intending to come back with that project and to draw the characters by hand. So to learn how to draw them, to use references, and to see how that goes. Let's do these outside buttons with just some very small dots. So let's make this size 5. We'll try and just do a dot. Let's go bigger. Try 7. Is that too big? Not sure if that's the best colour. I think that's still too small, so we'll go to 9. Hello, Sketchy Mez. What kind of thing do you have on your channel? Is it art and animation? Other things? Is it gameplay or something else? actually I'm painting these on top and I'm going to have to fill around it. So I think it might be better to do the fill first. Let's add the colour for the chair, so it's kind of a ready coloured. Bright red is fine for now, we can adjust it later. Instead of doing the normal fill, we've got to go tap, tap, tap in each area. If I choose the freehand option, I can just draw a big circle around that and let it fill everything in at once. And then we can bring the colour down so I can see what I'm doing with these outside buttons. Let's hide the alpha altogether. Oops, wrong one on this colour. Bring that down and I can see my sketch lines beneath it. You still there, Sketchy Mez? You not want to talk to us? Tell us what you're up to. These are the kind of I don't know what you call them. Are they rivets? Really, get on leather sofas for stitching together. They get around the edge. And this is the kind of chair. The thing I'm trying to simulate here is the sort of thing that you'd see in the film Around the World in 80 Days, where they meet at the Gentleman's Club first before they make the bet for travelling around the world. And it's sort of place where you've got kind of butlers bringing you drinks and brandy and cigars and today's very large sheet newspaper. As you sit there just insulting the poor people. I think after today's stream I'm going to render this out and it'll be in use next week, whatever condition it's in. I want it to look reasonably completed after the stream today. As I say, I don't want to drag this out for too long, or too many weeks. Hello there, new people. I see we've got a few new people watching. If you want to, please do pop in the chat. Let us know who's out there and possibly where you're from. Let me change this overall to be underall so I don't draw in front of this black line. That's fine. And then again around the arm. They're not going to be super neat, and they don't need to be. I'd like them to be reasonable. So I mentioned earlier that I do these streams each Sunday, and I've been doing them each Sunday now for a little while, but I may need to change the day, and I was thinking about possibly doing a weekday, but that would be after work for me, so I wouldn't be able to start until perhaps 6 PM or even a little later my time, maybe 7. So do subscribe and hit the bell so you know when I do go live with those. Okay, so make this a bit of a red colour. Studs, thank you, Tom. You're right. That's exactly what you'd call them. I don't know if these are coming out okay. I may need to come back and change them or even remove them. Yeah, I think you're right, Studs. Ashnan, you're back. Welcome back. Is it Mother's Day today, Soda Pop? Welcome back to the stream. Is it Mother's Day over there? And I'll pass your best wishes on to Mrs. T when she's back home. We have Mother's Day, I think, in March in this country. I've no idea why we've got different dates. Really don't. So let's see if I can get this colour a bit better. Let's change this name to be Studs. I think you're right. It's kind of like a silver colour on here. I've made them quite large, so they look a bit peculiar, possibly too large, so I may need to come back and deal with those later. But again, this is why we're using different colours, because then I can just erase all the drawings in one colour. Birthing Person's Day, no thank you. I think I'll stick to Mother's Day. Yeah, no, that's not progressive at all. As most of us know, I think. So we want to make this a darker colour, and I'm going to use a raster brush for this. Let's try a little bit of painting with this, see how it comes out. Let's just find a bit of a paint brush. What about these? This one. We've got the right size. Let's go back to the colour. Bring down the alpha a little bit. Sunday, May the 9th. Okay, well, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers watching, or all your mothers at home anyway, if you're in America. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, Sunday the 27th of March is our Mother's Day in this country. So with this darker colour, let me try the... That's smaller. And apply this over here a little bit, just see how that comes out. Turn off the grid now. Just that. I don't know if this is really going to do any good at all. Not the alpha. But I don't think you see through, it goes lighter, which is strange. No, it's just going to get messy with that. I think I might leave that for now, and we'll come back and maybe apply something else to it later. Let's adjust the colours of what we have got. Here we go. So we've got the meaty guy saying over on Twitch, I believe, that Tahoma's crashed on you once and you haven't trusted it since. Well, Tahoma and OpenToonz do crash from time to time, so we always actually in YouTube and Twitch it's showing there. So always do save regularly. It can happen, and it's something we all learn early on from using the program, that it can crash. So do save, do save, do save. Save early. Save often. Delete that colour. Okay, so let's change the colour of these creases to make it make these kind of a darker red coloured. And same for the button lines. Yep, and the buttons again, bring them out of the black a little bit. And the studs are very silvery, although they are actually silvery here. But they stand out quite a lot, so I don't want them quite that silvery. Let's bring them over. I think that might do for now. We need to paint a bit of a shadow thing over the top of some of this, I think. And I might literally do that. Let me open a standard raster level. So it sit in front of this. Let me just try painting over the top a little bit to create some shadows. So using a standard brush, let's leave it in black. Yeah, I'd need to move the buttons to a separate column to add a blur effect onto it. I think I may be doing that later. I may shuffle around, but again, a bit like the kitchen, I want to kind of push through and lay down the basics for some of this first. Let me draw some shadows on here first. I'm using the pencil, standard brush. Bring down the opacity on the chair column so I can see clearly where I'm going. I want to get to the shelves soon to start working on those. I'll probably do that after the break. thing about the standard raster level is you don't have the smoothing option. I really miss from times like this. Fill that in. Use the fill depth a little bit. Make sure we go right to the edges. That's missed some in there. Right. And that little gap here, and using the eraser in standard mode. Save. See how that looks. Yeah, for me, Tahoma, from version 1, which was more stable than OpenToonz, and then 1.1 again became even more stable, and same for 1.2. I've had very few crashes. Doesn't mean I won't get any, doesn't mean it won't crash today, but I can't recall if I've had a crash on these streams. I don't think I have, really. So it can't crash too often. Let's just see how this looks. And then what I want to do is bring down the opacity on that column. Let's do the same in some of these, and we can do the rest later. That's fine. So I want to just do a I'll do the top couple and we'll see how that looks. Kind of need to go wider where the button is, and then narrower in between is what I'm after. I might need to start this again if it doesn't quite work out. Just fill those in. Boop, boop. Oops. I haven't done the top lines, so I was looking at the layer underneath. Go across those and then see if that fills. No. Try again. I didn't join this up at the bottom. Ignore that one. It looks really messy at the minute, but I think it'll come together. Using the brush, we'll fill in any gaps I missed. I think I did some of these the wrong way as well, so we'll see how they turn out. And then if I bring up the ink column, 100% opacity, bring down shadow column a little bit, just to add a little bit of hint of that. Yeah, I've not really used many effects, I don't think, in Tahoma. I've used some, but not that many. Okay, so I want to sort out the direction of these. I think this is something, again, I'm going to come back to later. Hit save. On all of these images I've got, I've kind of got this. You can see the shadow between the buttons and how, the creases of the leather and how it looks. And I don't know if this is the best way to represent it, but we'll try it out. And if it doesn't work out, guess what? We'll just throw it away. Not a problem. Now I've got the first areas done. Go down to the next one that's large around the buttons, and then in the middle, kind of a curve. It's easy to see actually, I think, in this view. Now I've got the transparency set on the colour. Yeah, very likely. Yeah, it kind of is, Tom. A bit like a blur, kind of like a blurred around the lines sort of a thing, but done manually. Yeah, absolutely right. I don't know if this will work. Again, it's one of these things that before the streams I have a think about what I'm drawing and what's the best way to achieve it. And it's not until you do it, as I've said so many times to people, not until you do it that you can see if what you have in mind will work for the situation. And again, this is a drawing that you'll see only in the background behind me, so you won't necessarily see a lot of this. And I may well come back and edit it again to make it look better. Sort of have a think about it, let it settle in, see how it looks when I use it, because as I say, I'm intending to render out whatever I'd produced today and have it in the background next week. When I see it actually in use, I may change my mind about how some of these things are done. I think shortly after I finish this part of the chair, I'm going to take a short break. And then we'll come back and continue with the shelves as well. So I'm hoping that things don't change too much in the coming weeks, but from tomorrow there's a change for me in my kind of my home life, I guess you'd say, and that's with work. But for a few weeks now, I've been working a blended approach of being in the office 2 days a week and then being at home for the other 3. Which meant that I finished work and been able to work on these sort of projects a lot earlier than when I'm in the office. But from Monday tomorrow, I'm in the office full time. So I don't know if that'll affect how much time, well, it will affect how much time I've got free, but how it'll affect how I can use that time for creating videos and things and preparation for the Sunday streams, I don't know. We'll see how that turns out. This is a the actual level I'm on now, the blue level, column 3. Call it shadows. Hit save. That's a standard raster level. And I'm using that because I was intending to use a different kind of paintbrush, but I'm using a standard brush in the end. That's a standard raster. But then the red background for the chair and the lines for the chair is on a smart raster level. Hans. And welcome to the stream, by the way, Hans. Sorry. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, absolutely, Soda Pop. Yeah, it doesn't need to be a great computer to run on, but it needs to be okay. If it's really, really old, you might struggle, and you might get more crashes, or rendering could take too long, so you get timeouts and that kind of thing. And I've been thinking recently, and wondering if I should upgrade my computer, because really it's only during the streams that I notice that sometimes it struggles a little bit. Okay, so this isn't super duper neat, so I will come back, I'm absolutely sure, and change some of this. I think it's got the basics of what I'm after. Increase this a little bit. Have a little shadow around here. Same with the other side. And same across. And here as well, because the top of the chair will kind of be curving over towards the back, so it would have a kind of a little shadow cast across the edges. Just a little bit. And same for the arms. Let's just create a little bit of a shadow on there against the ones. You'll have to excuse me today, I've got a bit of a runny nose, so let me just mute myself for one. And I'm back. Okay. So, yep, I wanted to do a little shadow around here. Same around this side. And the same under here. It is a little bit, Tom. It is a little bit for me, I'm afraid. Allergy season. Okay. So for me, let me just do a fit to window. For the chair, that'll probably be okay. I'm going to bring the shadows down a little bit more. As I say, I will come back and we'll be changing that. So I think next is time to do the shelves. But let me do that on a separate level, because then I can edit it a lot easier and make deletions and what have you without affecting the chair and table and anything else I've put on there. So label these clearly for the chair shadows. Also want to create the table. Let me create a Smart Raster level for the table. Put this in front of the chair and we'll render this separately. And at the end, and the same as I did for the kitchen, I'll collapse these down into subscenes. So from the main timeline, I can see a subscene for each video file or image that I want to render out. So I'll have one for the background of the chair, and a different one for the table, and a third one for the screen that we'll do as well. So for the table, let me quickly add that in here. So ink level, I'll hold the shift key, no, the control key, sorry, to draw, change the thickness, 5 I had, draw a horizontal line across here, undo, that was the shift, so try again, control key, and down here. Let me show the here in front. Okay. Just zoom in and I saw the overlap, so I'll use the eraser. get rid of, and again I'll add a new tab here, which I'm going to call, actually I wouldn't need a new tab. Let me right click and delete that page there, because it's on a separate level anyway for the table, so I don't need that. Hello there Kronos, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Windows 7 works fine for Tahoma as well. I've heard people using it, but it's all about, I think, your processor speed, and the memory seems to be one of the big issues as well. Yes, it can lag with mesh and bones quite a lot, and that's where you need to start creating new techniques and a new workflow, Adam, where you might create a mesh deformed character in a separate scene and then import that into the scene where you need the character. It's a shame you can't put it all into one, but you can kind of be creative and work around it a little bit. Let me just add a colour, sort of a brown colour. Over here, let's fill in this table, and then once it's filled in, freehand normal fill, there we go, and now we can see it on screen. It's easier to adjust the colours to make the colour that we need. That's fine. Then in front of the table I want a lamp, so again I will create another Smart Raster level. I always say don't be afraid of creating too many levels, because once all these are created, I can collapse them into a sub scene. Then the main timeline, you're dealing with a single drawing in effect. That works just fine. So to create a lamp, let me rough this in. So I'll use the ellipse option on the geometry tool. Need to change the size. Let me see how large that is. Yeah, that's okay. Then a larger one for the base. Using the select option, I'm going to move it in place. Let's lift it a little bit higher. We don't want it, the lines touching the lines of the chair or the table, because it sometimes makes it difficult to see what's what. Then using the brush tool, I'll hit save. I'll hold the shift key and draw from one edge to the other. Let me make sure I've got the size set 5 to 5. Let's see how that looks. So holding the shift key, I can draw a line at any angle. Yep, that's fine. And the other side, that's leaning one way, so let's undo those. Selection tool, we'll bring that over to the right. That's right, Maria. Pre-rendering really helps. So if you can break down your scenes into separate scene or separate projects into Tahoma, then you can use the plastic mesh or the effects as deeply as you like, and then render that to a bunch of images and bring that image sequence into a different scene, and then that second scene doesn't have to recalculate all the effects and the mesh deformities. So there's different techniques you can use for this. And it's, like I've said a few times, and part of the reason of some of the videos on this channel that I share is, once you understand the tools, then you can pick the right tool for the job and get the most out of the software. Okay, and I want another ellipse at the bottom. That. Make this one smaller, so size 3. Yep, and using the selection tool, I'll highlight that, center it. I will copy and paste it, and move the copy upwards so we can add some thickness to it. And then using the brush tool, I'll zoom in and we'll join these together and erase the parts we don't need. So again, go to the eraser. Let's get that. Around that oval, same on the other side. Put around the oval there. Delete anything out. Do the same on the inside. Get rid of that edge there. And now, using the brush tool, holding shift, I can draw a straight line going upwards. Join those. Try a couple of times until it's fully working and joins neatly. That's pretty good. Likewise for this top, we need to decide on what to keep on here. Okay, so I'm going to remove the inside of this line, make it slightly larger. These are go, and the same on the right, and the rest of the line in the middle. And what I intend to do is to have two versions of this background, one sort of brightly lit and one where the background is dimmer. And with the background being dim, I want the lamp to be on and spreading light on the table here, so that when I'm showing the slid down screen at the top right of the screen, the rest of the room is a darker view of the room, as though you've kind of got a projector on, is kind of the effect I want to get to. I'm holding Control again and create two vertical lines here, and then I'll erase the line in between. Zoom in to make it easier. And then using the brush, we'll add that little bit of curve at the bottom there. And then let's add some colour to this. So the base can be a dark brown. Bring it up here and then fill the base. Let's increase the fill depth, get past this gap here, and then a darker colour, much darker for the front of the base there. Bring it down even more so. And using that middle colour, we'll colour the hole at the centre. And then a colour for the lampshade, which can be quite bright. So let's make it, doesn't really matter. Again, we can adjust the light, because the colour, because we're on a Smart Raster level, and the smart part of it means we can easily adjust it. Let's just fill that in with that purple colour. You know, I'm going to leave it like that. There's a light purple. And then in the top of it will be a darker version of that. See some mess in the middle, so I'm going to use the eraser to erase lines and areas. Make it larger in the normal style, so I can just use it as a standard eraser, just to give me a large area to then fill in with that single colour. That makes sure you erase any dots that you have floating around there. The one thing I spotted with the chair, if I go back to colour 1, and the brush, is that line going over the edge. Make sure overall, like that. In here. Okay, let's fit that to the window. So that's the front part of the scene, and next we'll take a look at the shelves. I think what I'll do is I'll take a break and I'll send you down to the kitchen. I'll make myself a cup of tea. You do the same, and I'll see you back here in about 5 minutes. So I'll see you then. Welcome back. Just about made it with a 5-minute timer. That was quite tight. Just enough time for a chocolate biscuit, as well as to fetch my cup of tea. So let me just pop the chat on, see what I've missed. And I've not done this for a while. Let's bring up my little fella to help me read the chat. There he is. Not seen him for ages. Thanks to Greg, the Stickman animator. Thank you for making that. So what have I missed? Oh, Adam Gardner's gone. Okay, Adam, if you're still here, good to have you with us today. Hopefully catch you again soon. Yeah, you spotted my fishy. I thought I would. I just thought I would. Yeah, the timer, I was really pleased with how that came out. And as I said last week, that was kind of the final piece to getting the kitchen scene done. I don't know if 5 minutes is enough. I've got a 10-minute timer as well, so I'll try that sometime just to see how we get on with both. But it's just a small addition to it. Thank you, Federico. I appreciate that. And everyone's exploding my kitchen because of my timer. It's just an oven timer. It's not a bomb timer, hopefully. Although maybe one day I'll bring in an explosion. Could be interesting. We'll see. Adam's still here. Hi there, Adam. Okay, should we jump back straight into this little drawing over here then? I think I want to, when I was getting my tea, I was thinking I can't do lots of the detail today. So I think if I draw the empty shelves in place and just have them in position with a sort of a filled in background, so it's empty wooden shelves and the cupboards there, I think that'll be okay for a start. And then hopefully also throw in the sliding screen to come down up here at the top right of the screen, and then we'll use that next week during the what happened last week section, and then finish off the drawing hopefully next week. So it's just a 2-week project, this one. But yeah, you're right, we could do a 5-minute timer so it counts down and then counts up, or just goes into negative. Hello there, Rob from Spain. Is it Berto King or Bertocking? Anyway, it's Rob from Spain. Hello there. Why? Out of interest, why has it been a while since you've touched OpenToonz? Ah, Adam's still here. Hi there, Adam. Is it something you tried, didn't like? Did you have issues? Was you like many people? You had too many crashes and it got in the way? Yeah, what was it for you? What was it for you? In the meantime, let me take the chat off the screen. You can also see it downstairs in the in YouTube or on Twitch to see the rest of the chat. Let me take it out of the way while I'm doing some drawing. If I can find my mouse pointer and bring it over here, and bye bye chat. Bye bye. Ah, Roberto King, gotcha. Right, I'll try and remember that, Rob. Do you prefer Rob or Berto King? I don't mind, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's easy to do, to lose inspiration. For me, I spend more time with tutorials or with things like I'm doing today rather than actually working on animations of my own. However, in a couple of weeks' time, as I mentioned earlier, I'm hoping to get back to a previous larger animation that I started to work on, which is the start of a Futurama fan film. We'll talk about that more in a couple of weeks, so hopefully you can come back then and hang around then and then find out what we're working on. Yes, we are, K-Light. We sure are. I don't know if we'll do that today, the lamp glowing, but that's exactly the reason of having it there, to add a glow. I was thinking about this. I've possibly drawn this a little bit too small, too low, so I might need to extend the lampshade higher so I can more easily have a nicer spread of light. But we'll possibly look at that next week once we've got the basics done today. Yeah, that sounds good. Ah, we're on to the British accent thing that we talked about earlier, Rob. Or Robert, if you prefer. Yes, English accent. English accent. It's not a British accent. But yeah, no, do something musical instead of drawing. Yeah, I understand that. A lot of people that I speak to through YouTube or over on my Discord server have other interests. Maria, for instance, I know you do some, is it knitting? Possibly even crocheting. People do all sorts of productive things, so I don't blame you. But I would say if you've not visited OpenToonz for a while, it might be worth a revisit if you want to dabble again in animation. Either OpenToonz or Tahoma, as I'm using today. And there's links down in the description of YouTube, or just search for Tahoma2D, all one word, and you'll find this. And this is the version I use most of the time, and it's basically OpenToonz, but with a few extra nice features that I prefer working with. Yeah. Well, why not, Robert? Why not get back to that at some point when you're ready? Creating music is something I used to do years ago when I had my Amiga back in those days. So we're talking 30 years ago, I think. And I used to enjoy that as a productive outlet. Wobbert. Wobbert. I'm trying not to wall my R's, but yeah, I'll have a go. Hello there, Carol. You back? Did you go away? I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, knitting, crocheting, bread making, exactly. Yeah, basic figure drawing and anatomy, that's on my list for later at some point. Let me skip on. So as I mentioned earlier, I intend to collapse some of these columns down into sub-scenes to group the columns together. So I can use the columns more like you'd use layers in standard drawing software. So let me take the lamp, the table, and the chair and chair shadows, and I'll right click, highlight those. I right click on the columns and choose collapse. And that now collapses them to a single sub-scene. We can name that chair and table. Although, let me undo that a second. I've just realised, because the table and lamp needs to be on a layer in front of the camera. So let me collapse those two separately first. And I will have a couple of other things on the table. I'd like to have a couple of knickknacks of something, maybe a picture to one side, something you've drawn perhaps, or one of your character faces, your avatars in there. There's the table to go at the front. Oh, GarageBand, yeah. Well, thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. The reason I mentioned the British accent is that we had a chat earlier about this. It's almost a pet peeve of mine. Let me show you what I mean. I'm going to do a terrible drawing for you, if you'll excuse me for doing that for 1 second. And then yes, K-Light will take a look at the perspective drawing, no problem at all. So the thing about the British accent, if you'll bear with me for 1 minute, is if I draw Britain small and terrible round here, so it looks like that, comes out here, and it's like that. Then we've got Ireland over here somewhere, and then you've got France and things on the side, and the rest of Europe. Britain is all of this. So when you say British accent, it sounds like an accent from this area. However, we've got Scotland at the top, who have Scottish accent. Down the side here, we've got Wales for the Welsh accents. That's like Tom Jones. And then the rest of this is England. And realistically, this is what you mean when you say British accent. It's an accent from England. And often, what you really mean is an accent from parts of London down here, is the posh English accent, the sort of thing you hear from the royal family. So when people say a British accent, it just makes me go, oh, I'm sure that's not what you mean. But it's a small thing, that's something I keep bringing up. My friends around the world, but don't worry about that. So K-Light is here, was asking about the perspective tools. No problem. So here I am on a Toonz Raster level. I'm in Tahoma, so this is only for Tahoma, not for OpenToonz. If you change to the brush and then put your pointer in the viewer area in the center here and look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see hints of how to use the straight line tools. So if we go from left to right, it tells you that holding shift is for drawing straight lines, and you can draw these at any angle you like. And these only work, all these features only work with the standard brushes, not with the raster brushes or the vector brushes. So just the standard brush by pressing the plus button. So make sure you do that. So shift is straight lines in any angle that you like. Holding control is straight lines in angles separated by 15 degrees. So you can draw a totally vertical line, a horizontal line, or one at 15 degrees, 30, 45, 60, 75, and then the 90 degrees. So it's kind of fixed in the angles you can draw. Most often you'll use it for vertical lines or horizontal lines. It's a quick way to do it. Next, we've got Control and Alt to add and remove a vanishing point. So hold Control and Alt, click anywhere on screen, and that's a vanishing point. To see some helpful lines for that, go to the top right here, where you can see the grid options, click the drop down arrow, and choose to show vanishing points. And that makes it easier to see where the vanishing point is. You can change the angle and opacity. And if you press Control and Alt again, you can add a second one if you want. And then finally on the bottom in the status bar, you can see holding Alt is to draw towards or away from those vanishing points. And it knows which one just by looking at the nearest point. So if I hold Alt, click at the bottom, as I draw to the right, you can see the line goes to the right. If I move in an arc towards the left, at some point it realizes you go more towards the left point. So it has a guess at which point you want to go to or draw away from. Does that help? Yeah, Bale, Tom Jones, sheep, meh. But yes, Henry Higgins, that's right. Placing a Londoner within 2 streets, that's quite an extreme skill. I remember him saying that. But there are such differences in accents that you can recognise. I remember watching a TV programme a few years ago, and it's one of these quizzes called Family Fortunes, I believe called Family Feud in the US. And there was a family on there answering a question, and as soon as they spoke, I recognised their accent was from my hometown, not from, you know, the area of 30 miles or so away, but within 5 miles of me, that was a local accent. And then he went back to them on the second question, asked where they were from. Lo and behold, they were from my hometown. There's so many local accents in the country. But yeah, English accent is what everyone means when they say British. But anyway, I hope that helps you for the perspective tools. K-Lite. As I say, at the bottom of the screen on the status bar, there's some little tips there that should be enough to help you. But initially, certainly showing the vanishing point rays is useful. You don't need to. If you turn them off, you can still hold the Alt key, and as you draw, it goes towards that vanishing point or away from that vanishing point, depending which way you draw your lines. And an alternative to that is to show the vanishing point rays, and instead of holding Alt to draw a definite solid line towards the vanishing point, you could just not hold any keys and just manually use the lines to decide where you want to draw your objects. And that can give your lines a more natural look than being strictly straight. So do have a play with that. It's certainly a useful feature. And hopefully at some point this will appear in OpenToonz. Let me just delete that drawing. So I'm on B1, and if I go to panels and show the level strip, I can see my second drawing there. I need to right click and choose cut to actually delete the drawing. Okay. Hi there, Vikas. Or Vikash, sorry. Okay, so I've got the chair and the table, the basics of that setup. We will come back to that in the future. Let me just hide that. And now let's draw the background shelves. So again, we'll create a new Smart level, Smart Raster level there. I'll name this Shelves. And this will just be the basic structure of the shelves, not the items on them. The items on them I will draw in a separate level again, and that's so we can change them over time easily without having to break the shelves and accidentally erase them. So for these shelves I'm going to use the brush tool. I'm going to use some of these keys we talked about a second ago, in particular the control key, which again, if I come into this viewer, start drawing there and do that, you'll see at the bottom of the screen control keys, straight lines snapped to angles. The main angles I want are horizontal and vertical, so 0 and 90 degrees. So I'll hold the control key. Let's set the size first. I want these quite thick, so let's try 5 again that we used earlier. I don't want any aliasing because I'm going horizontal and vertical, so I will turn on pencil. I'm at overall, but that doesn't make too much difference. Hi there, Carol. You just downloaded Tahoma and can't see the timeline in 2D. Is this the first time you've downloaded Tahoma? I guess that doesn't really matter. From a straight install, copying somewhere new, you will still see the timeline. If you can share a screenshot to the Discord server, if you're a member there yet, then we can take a look at that for you. But it should be at the bottom. There's no reason why it wouldn't be. If you've accidentally removed it, you can add it again by going to the panels menu and then down to timeline, and then that'll open another window. I'll show you here. Look, here you go. And then you can just dock it at the bottom by dragging it to the bottom. Let me just. But by running it from first download, you should see a timeline. So. Or at least the basics of that area at the bottom of the screen. Until you create a new scene to start drawing, you might not necessarily see the same view as I've got exactly here. So I'm on the shelves level. I will do something else. I will lock all the levels apart from shelves, so don't accidentally draw on any of the levels. When the brush level, the brush tool, I'll hold control. In fact, Tom, there is a way to, as I showed in my video on Friday, a way to reset individual rooms. So if you right click on the 2D button at the top right, first you have to unlock the rooms by unlocking the padlock. Click that. Then if you right click on the 2D room, you can reset room, just this room, to the default layout, which is the one that it should come installed to. So if you do mess them up, you can reset the individual rooms. So see how that goes for you. Let me throw in a few lines here first then. So horizontal one there. I'm going to have one just above, as I said, for the back of the shelf. And then I will use the grids that we get into Tahoma. I'll choose a horizontal grid and I'll make sure that these shelves are evenly spaced out. By clicking on the arrow, I can see all of the options and I can adjust the spacing to be larger, and then the offset to move that selection of lines up and down. And I need to have one of the purple grid lines at the bottom here of where I've got the base of my shelf. Make sure they're spread out evenly. 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to make them bigger than that because I don't want too many shelves. And that'll give me 1, 2, 3. And I'll just adjust this a little bit smaller each at a time until I've got 4 evenly sized shelves there. Excellent, Carol. Good, good. Okay, so now I've got these, I can hold control and simply use the grid lines to draw horizontal lines where the shelves are going to be. And I want to make sure I've added some thickness to each of these. And the top one, I want to be looking up, so I want to see the bottom of the shelf, so I'll have 3 lines here. Although this might look a bit peculiar, so it might be worth just sticking to the 2 for now. Again, we can come back and change this later. Then I want to have the horizontal separators between these lines. So again, I'll hold the control key, click and drag upwards. And I'm going to use the segment erase option, so I will overlap these lines. The same for this one here. I'll make it the same thickness. Good. So Vikash is asking about a website or some other ways to download 2D objects or pictures to use in OpenToonz. I agree, Maria. Just go to Google, do some searches in there. Provided you're not trying to sell your art or you don't pass it off as your own, using other people's pictures from Google is a great way to get started in OpenToonz. Absolutely. Okay, so that's the horizontal and vertical. Again, perspective, I don't know if I need to include anything at the minute. I'd like to include some sort of perspective options in here, but it may end up just as a messy set of lines, I'm concerned. So let me try, and we can always go back and change our mind. So we're looking from the left hand side here, trying to imagine this. This one's closer, and then hit save. Save early, save often. Using the eraser, change the type to the segment type, and now, all being well, we can start erasing some of these lines that overlap. Oops. 2 straight lines, it would help. And if it deletes more than you expect, then draw in the opposite direction, and that seems to work better to help with that. That's that there. I need another horizontal line at the bottom. I'll do that in a second. And if I'm doing that diagonally here, yeah, I really need a perspective vanishing point. I'm going to start putting perspective lines on these shelves. Maybe I should do that. I don't want to get this too complex. I didn't want to do use perspective too much. Tom suggesting to zoom in on anything in particular, or was it answering somebody else's question? Yeah, I might leave the perspective for now. Let's try it without and see if it looks horrendous or not. I don't need that line there because that's coming up here. I don't need some of these the vertical lines between these edges, so I'll get rid of some of those. Now, I can see it's eating into the corners a little bit, which is unfortunate. I might need to repair that. So maybe this feature isn't quite as useful as I hoped it would be. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Tom. So if I'm having a line coming up from here, I'll hold Shift, draw between that corner and that one. Again, let me zoom in, as Tom suggested. You see these little nicks it's taking out? That's not ideal. I need to definitely fix that up. Then using the eraser, can I take that out? And now you can see the perspective of that shelf there. Let's add another one here using the control key again, and it's a thinner line. And one at the top beneath. Let's see how that goes. So using the eraser, let's take out the center lines. Hi there, Kronos. Is there a way to change the colour of the guidelines now? Do you mean on these guidelines here through the grid? Where they're coming out as purple? No, there isn't. The colour's chosen as this purple pink colour. So if you mean those, then no, you can't. If you mean the black lines I've drawn for the shelves, then yes, that is just this palette colour here, colour 1 black. Okay, using the brush tool, let me draw some of these in. See some of these, this is quite messy. I might abandon using the segment erase, to be honest, if it's going to be doing that. Let me shift and draw a line diagonally for that. And then this one is going to be front facing and this one is rear facing, so I'll do a diagonal from the bottom. You can see underneath the shelf there. And holding control, let's fill in some of these parts it's erased. I'm holding control to make sure I'm drawing exactly horizontally and exactly vertically. That's made doing this much harder. I'm going to come back to that, I really am. Let's go to the eraser and change this to be freehand, I think. So let's draw down there and then draw over here. Get rid of that line, and then the same here, we'll draw horizontally to nick that out. I might need the standard eraser, might be easier, but I need to zoom in quite a lot to do that. Ignore gaps for the fill tool. You mean for the eraser? I'm not sure what you mean for the ignore gaps. Which part, Soda Pop? Those extras and that there. I might fill in these lines later properly. Let's crack on to where I've got to. Okay, so we're looking at the bottom here. So using the brush tool, holding shift. And it may be that I abandon the these shelves the way they are and might need to start again, but I would use this as a rough layout, I think, if I did do that. And diagonally here, yes, in the fill tool, yes, I will do. And then for the eraser, again, we'll erase all of that. If I do it in pencil mode, that means it won't anti-alias, so I can really get up to the edge a lot easier. Look at this, where do I want to do these? Yep, so I need to get rid of that line here. Bottom part. And the sideline. Okay, so I'm afraid we're at the slightly boring section of today's stream. Just drawing and erasing straight lines. Not particularly fun. I've got this right, I need to erase that one. So lots of zooming in and out to make sure I get the line as neat as I can. But again, I'm drawing this on a separate level to the contents of the shelves, so I can always come back later and redraw where I need to. Okay, that's those shelves there. Then there's this one. I go away here, and then again. This is just to add a little bit of perspective. Whether that looks right in the end, we'll find out soon enough. And there's lots of gaps that the segment erase created while I'm here, but I'm not going to fill them all just yet. That would be quite dull if I did. I did hands, and it created the curved corners and cut in these little nicks. If I go back to the next corner, take a look. We've got lots of these little gaps in here when I did use the segment erase, so it wasn't quite as neat as I'd hoped it would be. You've got the curved corners on all of them, so I'm going to have to go back and draw that in later. But I'm going to do that later, not right now. So for now, I just want to, again, like I did for the kitchen, get the basics in here. Okay, so rid of that. But I may end up redrawing this on a separate level or in a separate drawing and using what I've got as kind of like a template to draw over. So this is a diagonal this way, because it's looking underneath at the shelf. Let's just fill these gaps in while I'm here. It's much smaller. You see here how many gaps it's left. Isn't at all ideal. I think for larger drawings it's fine, for not necessarily super straight lines. It's perfect. It really is perfect. For the curved lines I was doing the other day, it was great. But for neat lines like this where you want corners, not necessarily so good. Let's just erase this. And then the bottom. Too large there, I need to take a bit more off. That down. Down to 1. Fine, that's it. Okay, so the pop. Check if you turn fill tool back to ignore gaps. I've not used the fill tool though, so the fill tool options shouldn't affect drawing the lines or erasing them. So I'm not sure if that should make a difference really. Let me have a look at this. Let me right click and do fit to window so I can see what I've got. So looking at the left first, that's fine. Middle is an extra line there I can see I've not erased yet. And let me just quickly, while I'm here and it's on my screen, fill in these little corners. And I've got this line here. I need the undershelf, but I'll let that go off the side. Or shall I put another line in? And put a vertical line in at the very side of this. So make this larger. I think I did it as 5. For the other lines, that's close enough. Holding control at the very edge of the screen. And do that. I need to see bottom there. And to make it easier, if I go to the full screen view of the viewer and then see a little bit more without my tool windows in the way. Something I forget to do, but it's a great feature. Just quickly jump into full screen mode and then you can see more of what you're drawing. Good. Yeah, I might try this some more and potentially log the bug SodaPop, let them know what's happening with it. I need another vertical there. Yeah, so if I had another side piece here, looking at the difference in the perspective, that's fine. I'm happy to eyeball that with holding shift to do the corners and this corner, and that one is front on, and then the final corner here. And if we use the erase tool, we can then erase the differences. I realise it looks slightly messy. That's okay for now. I'm happy to come back later and tidy it up. And this one, do the vertical first. There we are. And then the line. Thanks, Maria. Just a series of lines at the minute until we get the books and details on them, and then hopefully it'll start to not pop, then at least look a bit more realistic. I want to make sure I've got all of my joining lines out of the way, and then we'll choose a bit of a fill colour. Almost there. And top part I think I need. In here. Oops. Right, I think we're about there. And back out of this full screen view and then do a fit to window. Turn off the sketch. Second. Yep, they're fine. I can see plenty more gaps I need to fill in, so I'm going to quickly have a look at that. Using the brush tool, bring the size down to 2 and 2. It's Dave. Good day. Are you streaming today, Dave, or are you just doing it offline? I was talking about you earlier, actually, as it happens. A few times. For a few different things. All good, all good. So I think most people here, I've got 14 viewers at the minute, and I recognise plenty of names, and I think most people here know who you are. So Blended Planet, Dave, is currently creating his own cartoon in Tahoma and in Critter, and he often streams. I don't know if you're going to stream today, and as I always say, if you are, then do drop a message in the chat to let people know. Well worth a watch. You will learn a lot watching what he's doing about creating a cartoon, about using the software, and about the filmmaking process. So very much I'd highly recommend watching him if you get a chance. And if you want to find him, take a search on YouTube for Blended Planet. You'll come across him really easily, be top of the list. So what I'm doing today, Dave, just to fill you in, I'm creating a background to use on the streams. And it's another frivolous opportunity to do some drawing that I don't need to do. But I've already created one over the past few weeks for the kitchen. I'm going to take a break. I'll quickly show you now. I'm going to take a break. I changed to a different scene with a background in, just to have something on screen while I'm not around. So let me just quickly pop it on and you'll see what I mean. So it takes you down to this other room, and in it I've shared some art that's been shared on the Discord server from some of the members. A little bit of animation in the background for the clouds moving, and I'll add some more later at some point. I've put the kettle on, so after a few minutes that boils and steams away, and a bit of a countdown clock to let people know when I should be back from the break. If I come back up to the main room. So what I'm doing today is to create another background to use at a different time when I'm not drawing, when I've not got the main screen up here, and that's when I go to this screen, which currently has a black background. So where I share pictures or videos of other people's or talk about other things, I want a background behind me. So for that, I'm creating this background kind of like a library scene. So it's going to have bookshelves behind me with things on the bookshelves. It's going to have a chair that I'm going to be sitting on and a table sitting in front of me. And again, it's just a bit of fun, just to get some drawing done, for a bit of practice for using the software, and to learn a few new techniques, for learning about OBS, for setting it up and how to transition between scenes, that kind of thing. And also to do a little bit of animation in the background and bring in a bit of help and engagement with everybody over on the Discord server and in YouTube. So I've invited them to also create some small animations or pictures to include in these scenes. So it's kind of all part of that. And I'm hoping to finish this scene off next week, unless I have a short day next Sunday, that it could be the week after. And then the following week, all being well, after all this time, I'll be getting back to the Futurama thing that we keep talking about getting back to. So I'll be starting off quite slow and steady by introducing people to what I've done so far, to remind myself of how I've set up my project, because I've shared the drawings between different scenes in different projects so I can reuse them. And then to start working on practicing learning how to draw the characters and drawing them in place and building up that introduction that we've talked about, that I've got the audio for. That's kind of where I'm aiming in a few weeks' time, all being well. Yeah, and I know what you mean. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It is part of my master plan for 2021. If you're right there, let me bring this up for me to see as well as you guys. The very first stream I made this year was to talk about what I want to do in 2021. And let me come over here. This is the point of having this separate room so I can show things without my face being in the way. So this was kind of the plan for what I wanted to consider doing for 2021, and this is after last year being bogged down with lots of other tasks, being distracted. I wanted to work on obviously the weekly YouTube tutorial still, and as I've said up there, get the mouse pointer here, I want to give myself permission to miss out if I'm too busy on a Friday, because last year I did sometimes get a little bit stressed with getting videos out, and it got me a little bit too busy. I wanted to work on the streaming every Sunday to try and work on drawing and animation. And I want to start off with a collaboration, which I did, the Nighty Night Bugs Bunny cartoon collaboration. I worked on a scene for that. Then vector animation, I dropped that purposely to work on these stream animations and stream drawings I've been doing for the OBS live streams. And then number 3, Futurama. He is up there, so hopefully he'll get started soon. And then also I work on obviously help and support for Discord and Reddit, Facebook, Twitter, to work on some new lessons for the Udemy course, which actually I've done, and that went live on Friday just gone. So that's completed as well. So that's segment 3, still on track and working well. And then the section 4, which I've not started yet, this is for the second half of the year. So July onwards is what I'm intending to do, that, to practice some drawing, to work through a course I've already bought, and making small animations. That's going to come later. But number 3 in the top right section, Futurama, it is up there. So it is the intention to get to it. However, once I actually start working on it, who knows how far I'll get. As I've said, I'd like to do less tracing and more relying on myself to draw the characters and to get them into the scene. And if I struggle too much, if it's too difficult, then I might have to back out of that. But I'd like to have a go, a serious go, and to try and get that completed, that first scene, if I can. No problem. 15 seconds a day, yeah, absolutely. For the way the style you've got for your cartoon, for Salt and Light, for the workflow you've got going, I think that's yeah, that is, I wouldn't say easily manageable, but it can be manageable. At the minute, I know you're reusing some drawings and there's lots of talking, so that makes it a lot easier to get through a larger amount of time of the cartoon. So at the minute, you're obviously going to create more than you have done in the past. So yeah, it's going really well. Going really well. Yes, I saw you mention it yesterday or day before stream that you may do something on a Saturday towards it. Yeah, that could be interesting. That could be interesting to do. Whether you work on the backgrounds, as you've talked about before, in Blender to build those up, ready to reuse them, so you can rotate them to the right position and then take a snapshot to use or to have an animated movement around it, or working on the characters or what have you, yeah, it'll be interesting. As I say, you've sent through the that first 3 or 4 minutes of audio that you recorded quite a while back. As you say, at least a year now. And since then you've changed the script, so what I'm working on isn't for the final piece, it is more for me to work out my workflow of how I'm organising, how I can organise projects and scenes for Tahoma to create reusable assets to work with scene after scene after scene, so to find out what works well, as well as to work on, as I keep saying, my drawing ability for drawing the characters. And I've drawn the backgrounds for the future on my office, the first couple of scenes, but then the later ones I'd like to hand draw rather than tracing again. I'd like to push myself more in that area. Yes, absolutely. Now your distributor's been involved and seen your progress so far, I imagine that's kind of focused your mind a bit. I know you had that area of your, I can't think what you called it, your dark times, where you look back at your work and you think, am I doing the right thing? Is this going to work? Which you pushed through and progressed your workflow quite nicely. But getting the distributor in there, I imagine, was kind of a boost for what you're going to work on. To know that what you're doing is the right thing. They're interested. Dave, I believe his name was, you said. So that he's interested, and you've definitely got an audience out there. Dark Night of the Soul, that's it. Sorry, I'm giggling because Edwin, please stop. Every time, all last night it was in my head. As I was talking to Mrs. T, I was doing my own Edwin. Every time I think about it and think about him, great comedy actor, a really unique voice, perfect for cartoons, and as you say, I think perfect for using against Nixon in that scene for the fan film. You say sorry, but are you really? I don't think so. Don't you know? Yeah. Yuli Jack, hello, glad you could join us. Good to have you here again. Yeah, so you thinking of streaming later on today, Dave? Oh yes, I wanted to work on the bottom of the cupboards here. And I'm resisting doing my own Edwin while I'm online. I'll do it in my private time, I think, not on here. Okay, well, I'll keep my eyes open for that. What time are we on now? So for me, it's 6 PM. I'm probably going to keep going here for another hour or two, so maybe 8 PM. So an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe from now. I want to finish off the basics of how this background looks. And I'd like to do the first part of the screen. So I'm going to have the plain background totally static as a static image, and I'm going to bring down a screen, an animated screen, using a transition in OBS, and then I'll flip to that other view where you can see my desktop on the screen up here. So I'd like to get the basics of that done, because then next week I'll use this actually in place. Looking quite plain, but as a start of what it's going to be. Yeah, I look forward to that. And again, when I finish the stream, I'll post a link to your site in the chat here for everybody to take a look at, and then perhaps come and join you to take a look there as well. So if you want to pop back in an hour or so, if you've got time, see where we are, and pop a message on, let me know you're around, and I'll let you know how I'm getting on and when we might be finishing up today. So let me hold the control key and add the, oh, that's too small. Add the straight lines for these cupboards at the bottom. I think I had 5. Yep. And then we'll have a double line for the in-between sections, single line for the doors. And that's behind the chair, so I really won't worry about that. So again, zoom up here. Usually check, where have you been? Yes, it is exactly a new small project. The kitchen was finished last week for phase 1. So last week we finished off the digital clock for the oven timer to time and show how long the break will be. I made a few changes with the kettle in there and rendered that yesterday and this morning and put it together, and that's now all working. I'll go for a break in a short while, perhaps half an hour or so, 3/4, so you'll see it again then. But this now is a new background for when I show what I worked on last week. So this view where I show an image or video up there, so I want to have a background behind me for that with a small animation involved, which you'll get to see shortly when I just complete it, just for a transition. Just fill in this line. It seemed to erase that a little bit. Zoom in again. Let's change that again. So yes, Dave, this is a bit of a distraction project. So I figured if I'm going to be streaming each week, and whether it's on Sundays or other days, I'm thinking about changing the day possibly. But when I'm streaming, I want to have the background set up. I don't want to change them over time and what have you. So I thought I'd kind of get distracted with this for a short while. Ooh, The Last Airbender. Hello, welcome to the stream. Howdy, howdy. Okay, let's start adding some colours then. Just throw some background colour on, just so there's something here. I want a dark brown colour for the shelves. And once it's on here, we can always change it. So I'll use the bucket fill tool. I'll use the new fill gaps option. Doesn't need to be too large, but there might be some small gaps in here. Let's do the front of these shelves first. Perfect, that's exactly what I hoped for. Quite dark, so I'll lighten that a little bit. And then we'll add a colour for the back. So the front edge, let's label these up to make it easier so I know what I'm doing. Back of shelves. So that's the same colour, but we'll make it even darker. And then we'll have the inside of the shelves, which should be a lighter colour. Let's carefully add all those in. I can still hear Edwin. Oh, can't believe you keep doing it to me. Don't you know? Okay, and then I'll bring the sketch to the front. Sketch column up here. I can see what I had. And then I want to, shelves level, draw the handles for the cupboards, which are just oval. So we'll go to the ellipse tool in the geometry options. Draw that. Let's change to colour 1, so we've got a black outline for the handle, and a fill for the handle. I'll use the same colour here. Let me change that to a bright red first, and I'll use the paintbrush option in lines mode to change the colour of that to my new colour. By changing it to red, I can see that I'm definitely converting all of that to my new colour. If I'd left it on black, I may have missed some pixels, and at some point in the future when I change the colour, there'll be some odd pixels around the edge looking peculiar. Now I can change that back to black. Using the fill, we can fill that in, hit save, save early. Exactly. And then using the selection tool, I'm going to select that handle and then copy paste it everywhere else. So let's make sure I'm close to it, so I don't take too much of the brown background. Copy, paste, and holding the shift key, I can move that to the left. And by holding shift, it ensures I don't accidentally move up and down, so they stay at the same horizontal position. And from there, I'll press Control C, Control V to get another copy. Push that to the left again. And then let's bring the window over. Keep going with that. Copy, paste. Bring that other copy over to there. You can always neaten them up later. Good. So fit to window. Let me hide the sketch. And that's the basics of the colour. Maybe use the wood grain raster texture, suggests Soda Pop. Good suggestion. I can't use it all over though, because it'd be too much in your face and you wouldn't see the difference between the fronts and the sides and the backs of the shelves. Where would you suggest using it? At the back, on the back parts of the shelves, on the wall at the back, on the cupboards, or on these edges? Where are you thinking? Yeah, no problem, Ulichek. These streams are often quite long, 3, 4, 5 hours. It's a long time. I don't expect people to be here all day. When you can drop by, you're always welcome. You know that. I've not used the raster textures for a very long time. Very, very long time. Don't you know? Texture. If I create a new palette entry. David, hello there. So are you a new guy, new name? Welcome to the stream. Is this your first time here? Yeah, no problem, Soda Pop, I understand. Yeah. Just thinking while I'm here, let me take a quick look at some of them. I just do a fill, and if I do the preview, they are quite bright. Kind of want to adjust the alpha. No, you can't do it that. I wonder if it's worth doing so on another level, another column. Let me do that. Delete those. If I add another raster level, Toonz Raster level. Yeah, now you've got me wondering about this. And then add a new palette entry. Go to the texture mode. I'll use that texture again. And if I just paste it over, I'm wondering, I'll fill the whole screen with that. And then bring down the opacity. I'm wondering if I could use a bit of the texture in the background if I use a matte effect. Let me go to the scene settings, tick the box at the bottom, and that means it'll use the transparency that I've selected on the column, which is a really useful feature. So here you go. So for the texture, it's applied that over all of the wood there. I've still got the same colour that I've added in each section, but it's given me some texture over the colours. What do you think? Because the wood on the shelves are going different directions, you might not want it over everything. Yeah, I might leave that like that for now, Soda Pop. I know this wasn't your suggestion to try it quite like this, but I quite like that. That adds a bit of texture to the wood there. Yep, okay. Let's try changing that on the other one. Change the column name so I know which one's which. Shelf texture. So I know where I am. Go back to the shelves. I'll delete that palette entry so I don't lose track of what's on each level. If I change that texture to be, I'll just try another one. A horizontal one. Got that one. Because any of these textures just add a bit of difference in the colour, so it's not a flat colour. That's quite nice. It's not a wood grain, but that's quite nice. Again, I've not used these textures enough. I know they're there, but it's really easy to put in one of these textures on 100% opacity and have it just stand out from the rest of the hand-drawn or the cartoony style. But yeah, I quite like that. Yeah, I'm going to leave that for now. We might come back and play with that a few more times, but that's okay for the background. So again, let's bring everything else on screen. So there's the table and my chair. So I'm in preview mode at the minute. We right click and regenerate the frame preview. For that to be clear, I need to bring that to the front. Let's finish with the sketch now. Let me, in fact, now I've got one more thing from the sketch. Let me put the shelves and the shelf texture into its own subscene. So I'll right click and choose collapse. And then I can put the shelves behind the chairs and the table. There we go. And if I collapse the chair and the chair shadows to their own subscene as well. I've now got 3 layers or 3 columns that I can render independently to layer them up in OBS. Absolutely, Soda, it is. Easy to bring in your own textures. That's worth repeating to people that aren't reading the chat and don't necessarily know that you can either create your own textures by taking a photograph of something yourself or downloading an image off Google image search or other image search, insert it by dropping the picture into the textures folder in the OpenToonz stuff directory, and then you can apply that texture to your drawing. So yes, well worth reminding people. No, David, this is Tahoma2D, the program is, not OpenToonz. However, it is basically OpenToonz because Tahoma is a fork of the OpenToonz program. So it's got all the features of OpenToonz laid out slightly differently and with a few extra features. And the few extra features are the ones I really need for today's drawing. One in particular is the brush tool. If you use that, you can hold the Control key, the Shift key, or the Alt key to draw straight lines in different ways. And I covered this early in the stream, but just to briefly mention here, we go to the shelves subscene and step inside that, and then click on the Toonz Raster level. You'll see it here. I've got the brush tool selected, and at the bottom here, it tells you that if you hold Shift, you can draw straight lines in any angle. Hold Control, you draw straight lines snapped to 15-degree angles, so you can easily draw horizontal or vertical lines, and 4 lines, 4 or so angles in between. And then Control and Alt can add a vanishing point for perspective drawing, and using Alt on its own is to draw lines to that perspective location. So that's one of the main features that I wanted to use Tahoma today. On yours it says OBS. Is that on the title of this stream? I'm guessing you're saying. So I'm drawing an image to use with OBS on these streams, but I'm drawing it in Tahoma2D. But if you're interested in using Tahoma2D, there's a link down below. I think there's a link down below in the description, or just search on Google for Tahoma2D. You can see it here at the top of the screen, and I think it's also in the title of this stream. You can take a look at that, and it's a great little program, and for me it's just a bit neater than using OpenToonz. Okay, so that's the first 2 parts of this drawing done. So that's the chair and table to sit on and be in the corner, That's the shelves and background that's empty at the minute. We'll add items next week. That'll be next week's live stream. Let me lock all of those so I can't accidentally draw in them. And the final thing I wanted to add today is a drop down screen to show the my desktop to share images or videos with you. So for those that are new here and missed the explanation earlier, if I go to my other view here, so during the stream I'll often share a drawing up here or a screenshot or a video to show you on the stream. And rather than having just the plain black backgrounds I've got at the minute down here, I want to have this background of the library behind me, and I want to have a screen come down like a projector screen for that to sit on over up to my left there. So I want to have this animated to come down, which I'll use as a transition here in OBS. Same here, Maria. I've got OpenToonz installed, the new 1.5, but I only use Tahoma most of the time. I can use both. Really, I only use OpenToonz as I'm demonstrating a feature on my Friday tutorials. But for actually working, I use Tahoma2D almost all the time. And Kronos is asking, what was the feature added in Tahoma2D to use for your OBS streams? There wasn't a feature in Tahoma2D to use for my streams, but for drawing this image, and this image I use in my streams, it was the straight line feature in Tahoma. That's why I'm using Tahoma today. Okay, so let's get back to the next section that I want to draw. And I see there's 21 concurrent viewers, so hello everybody. If you've not introduced yourself yet, please do come say hello. As Dave likes to say, what is it, Dave?
Identify yourself.
Let me know who you are. Let me know if it's your first time on the stream and what you're up to today. It's great to have you with me. It's good to have so many people here joining in the chat as well and asking questions. If you've got any questions about what I'm doing or about the program, then do drop them into the chat. Yeah, the perspective grids, all the tools around the grid area about all of these options are really, really good. And again, it's just lots of small features like that that make this program slightly easier to use than OpenToonz for me. Federico's back. Welcome back, Federico. Good to have you with us. So we've finished the background as far as the empty shelves are concerned. Not 100% sure on the perspective of the grid, but it's not too bad. The bottom shelf seems quite large. I might bring that down a little bit. It seems a little bit extreme. We'll see how that goes. For now, I want to add a new Toonz Raster level, Smart Raster level in Tahoma. Let's add that in. This will be at the front here, and this is for the screen. And it's going to be a very simple drawing. In fact, I've immediately changed my mind. I'm going to use a vector level for this because it is just a simple rectangle shape and I might want to resize it. It's easier in vector levels. So I'll click on the column header and press the delete key. And now I'll click to create a new vector level. Here we go. Hit save, save early, save often. So if I bring my sketch to the front, I'll hide the background shelves. Let's turn off preview mode. And I've kind of got the rough scale here that I put in for the background screen that I'm using. Let me just double check that by going to that page, flip between the two. So you can see how large that is. Goes to, let me bring up my other screen, it's easy to see. There we are. So it goes to here, about there. If I change back to mine, it's not full screen, is it? Of course. Right, that's quite large. But that's not bad from what I've got here. Let me choose the geometry tool. I want a rectangle. I'll leave on color 1. I agree, Soda Pop. With some of the recent changes that have been brought over to OpenToonz, it looks very much like Tahoma. And they're good changes. I'm really liking them. Some of the changes brought over are the reasons I first went to Tahoma. So for instance, the plus button on the palette editor, that's something that was just desperately needed for so long. And the use of the tabs, that makes that much easier to use. And I'm so pleased that's on there now. And the new layouts that we've now got with OpenToonz is much better. The colour backgrounds for the themes, that's a lot better. So yeah, hopefully it'd be nice if they came together rather than drifting apart. I don't know if that's going to happen. I guess it depends if Jeremy comes back and also what Manong John wants to do for his work on there. So we'll have to see how that goes. So for the screen then, using the rectangle tool, I want it to not go to the very edge, the right hand side. I want it to not come down as far as the top of the cupboards. So I'm going to start above the screen here, above the camera, bring it down to the left and have it maybe there. Let me show the shelves just to check how that looks. Right, it's because the texture is shown on the subscene for when I'm not in preview mode. If I step into the shelves level by clicking this button here, and then I'll turn off the shelf texture to not show during the camera stand view. So if I step out now, it doesn't show the texture until you do the preview, so I can more easily see where the lines are. Of course, Dave. Yes, I've been meaning to say that to you. A couple of times in your video you've talked about Jeremy, and you asked me to thank Jeremy for one of the features you was using that you came across in the new release. I can't remember which one it was. I think it could have been the project settings. Yeah, Jeremy's been off to Tahoma for a while now. He's taken a break, personal reasons for personal time. So for the past 4 months or so, maybe 5 months, it's been Manong John has been the sole developer. So Jeremy handed over the reins to him to continue the work, and Jeremy hasn't worked on it since. He's disappeared from social media, so he's left the Discord server, so I can't talk to him directly, and other socials that he was on. So Manong John is the guy that's organising Tahoma now, and this is one of the reasons why 1.2 was slightly delayed, because he was trying to work on that while working on his full-time job. So yeah. Kronos, thank you for mentioning that, especially with Dave being here. I don't know if you saw, Dave, all of my video last Friday, but I was distracted by what I was doing for drawing the fish drawing. I did something that I suggested to you that you might not want to do, and something I don't normally do, in that I drew the sketch using a pencil on a drawing, and then to ink I would normally go to create a new level, or go to the second drawing and use the onion skin and do the inking over the top. But I was rushing a bit last Thursday to get this video made quickly, so I drew the ink on the same drawing as the sketch, but it came out okay. I didn't have this issue that you sometimes have with drawing ink lines over pencil. Fortunately, it came out nicely. So I used the erase tool with the selective option. Then I chose the colour style for the pencil, and using the rectangle option, so a few options in there, I drew a large rectangle and it erased only the pencil lines. So I'm glad you brought that up, to be honest. I really appreciate that. So let me just bring up the chat actually. Here we go. While we're going through the chat, let me have it on the screen as well so you can see what I'm looking at. Yeah, so Jeremy's not around for a while. I'm hoping he'll come back. I'm not sure quite what the situation is there. All I know is that Manong John's been working on things to get 1.2 out. He added a few more features himself, as well as finalising Jeremy's features. So some of the new features were from Jeremy, some Manong John. And already Manong John's talking about what features for 1.3. And I put forward something that you might find useful, Dave. And that's the autofill, auto complete feature on the brush tool. So on vector levels, if you select the brush tool, you can tick autofill. We hit save before I do anything. So you can draw any shape and that will automatically close the line from the end point to the start point and then fill it in, which I know you use a lot for shadows now, thankfully. That's just really good. I think that's really sped up sped up your time for getting your animations together. And then of course you can use the control point editor to adjust your shadow a little bit, either over time during the animation or if you made a mistake on where you placed it. But I've asked him if it was possible. A feature I think would be great would be to have this autofill, auto close on Smart Raster levels. So you could do the same there, and then you could tile one drawing over another. So instead of drawing like this, one shape over another, and you sometimes get an issue with how they interact. So if you bring down the alpha, you can see the outside line, and where they cross over, you get this double effect of the two areas together. So often you won't draw two shapes, you'd have to erase one, start again, or use the control point editor. If it was on the Smart Raster level, you could simply keep drawing lots of shapes over the top of each other and they wouldn't get this double effect and you wouldn't have the outside line. You'd have just one solid shape. I think that'd be really useful for you for doing shadows. So that was my first suggestion for 1.3. We'll see if he does it. Richard Gilman. Hello, Richard. Nice to see you. Everyone say hello to Richard. That's my brother-in-law. He's popped in to say hello. Absolutely, Soda Pop. Yes, Jeremy and John have both done lots of great work on OpenToonz and on Tahoma. It's a shame they're not still both working on OpenToonz together. And Big Bird, you're all here. So Mrs. T is known as Big Bird on here. So do say hello to Big Bird. Hello. It's the little lady. How's things going? Oh, the chat's blocking the view again. There we go. Thank you, Tom. I keep doing that. That's why I don't usually have the chat on screen. But you can see here what I was talking about, hopefully, with the double colours for the vector when you put them one in front of another. Hopefully with the Smart Raster level, we won't have that. Hello! You're here. How did the football go? We get rid of those shapes. How did the football go and how's the wine going down? It's possibly the most important question. Cheers. Right, so let me see where this screen goes to. 3-1. Oh, there you go. Well, that'll put you in a good mood then, I'm sure. Let me bring down the opacity of the shelf so I can see exactly where everything is. Let me come back to here where the screen is, bring up the alpha so I can see my lines. Delete that. Save. Yes, US Mother's Day today. Right, let me get on with this. I'm being distracted. Again, keep sending the questions in. I'm watching the chat carefully there. So on the screen on here, I've got a dark outline. I'll use a different colour for the fill. Initially, I'll leave it at black. Let's fill that in. But I want to adjust it a little bit, make it a little bit lighter. And also the outline, I want to be a little bit thicker. So I'll select that and then increase it by clicking and dragging on the top tool options bar here. 7's a bit too big, so let's make it smaller. How about 5? Good. So I want this to animate into the screen. So we'll extend this drawing 24 frames. And then using the animate tool, I want to be in position mode. We'll lock the X location so I can't accidentally move left to right. And on frame 1, I'll start with it off the screen. Manong John's doing it all for free. Yuli check. So he's not being paid at all. You don't pay to download it, as you know. However, if you go to the help menu and then about, and that appears on the screen, so I'll just close that. And then if I do it a second time, and it gets past the bug that Dave pointed out the other day, where there's no title bar, I can then drag this in to here. You see at the bottom here, they talk about sponsoring Tahoma2D developers on GitHub. So you can take a look on GitHub, and I think he's got a link to his Patreon page or something. So he does accept payments if you can help out at all. I'm not sure the details of where that is, but yeah, he's doing this entirely for the community. So if you can help out, that would be great. So let me just check my animation default interpolation option from the preferences dialog, the animation tab, and I'm on speed in, speed out as I want to do. We want the screen to slide in from the top, so not too quick. It's a nice steady pace. So I'll just guess 12 frames for now. Let's bring this down to where we think it might want to go. I'll extend the drawing of the shelves out. Let's unlock that first, just so I can see where that goes to. And I'm going to have a small bounce back up to a final position, like. So let me rewind and play that. Absolutely, it's all a labour of love, like a lot of people who are working on OpenToonz and Tahoma things. Federico, what's the I? I'm guessing you accidentally pressed enter first. There we go. What's the difference between speed in and out and ease in and out? Very good question, and I'll show you that in 1 second. Let me just work out the timing for this first by hitting play and see how fast that comes down. If I do this next button, which is the repeat play, I can then just sit back. It'll start to cache the drawings and go at the right pace. That's coming down quite quickly, so I'm going to move that to the right. So I'll click on the first key, hold shift, click on the second key, and I can drag the key from drawing 12 to the right and both move together. Let's make it an 18 frame movement. Let me hit repeat play on that. That's nice and steady. I like that. I like that. So you're talking about the difference between speed in and out and ease in and out. And you can see these little arrows on the line, on the interpolation line between my keys. And you can click and drag those to adjust the speed in or speed out, or ease in and ease out. But the best way to see how they affect it is by going to the timing room or any other room with a function editor, and then show the movement for the screen. So I'll expand the screen folder, click on the Y option because that is the direction we're animating this in. If you double click anywhere in this screen here, it'll resize to show all of your keys as large as possible. That's the easiest way to see it. So if I then click on the line, you'll see that that is set as speed in, speed out on the left here. And there's a couple of handles. As I move one of these handles, you see a few things happening. You see the numbers changing beneath the speed in and speed out drop down. And also on the timeline, you'll see those arrows changing in here as well. So I've added a key here on 12. Let's just delete that. Here we are. So if I click and drag to draw over the first key, and as I move the handles here, that changes the pacing that the screen slides down into. And this is speed in and speed out, so you get a handle on each side, and you can adjust that independently. But if you change to ease in and ease out, so if I again select the line between the two keys, and then change that to ease in out and press apply, you now get a bracketed area, and you can click and drag those brackets to move them along the line. Again, it changes the pace that the screen will start to slide down, so it'll start to slide down slower and then go quicker, or start quicker. That's depending on where you put this, but you've got fewer ways to adjust it. There's less movement on the option here. You can only go left and right. Whereas with speed in and speed out, let's apply that. This handle, you can extend that left and right, which makes this curve slower, and then move it around. So it just gives you more movement. But I always prefer the speed in and speed out. I just want to create a nice smooth curve. So the screen wants to start off slowly as it comes down and go quicker, and then bounce at the bottom with kind of a firm bounce. So it doesn't want to ease into the end and then slowly come up. It's not coming down and then going slowly. I want it to bounce. So I need this handle at the bottom to be quite sharp. Clifton, hello there. Glad you could make it, buddy. So as you can see here, if I drag this over using the middle mouse button to pan around the view, if I move the handle on the left, it moves the handle on the right, and that gives you a lovely smooth curve with more on one side than the other, depending where you place it. But because I want to bounce this quite sharply, I want to separate the handles to give me more of a sharp movement at the bottom. So if you right click on the key, you can unlink your handles. So I can move the left handle up quite tightly and then the right handle up quite tightly. And if you point the handle towards the next key, that moves at kind of an even pace towards that key. So if I hit save and then replay that. And it's quite a small bounce as it comes up, so I might want to bring that up higher. And to do that, there's a few ways. You can use the animate tool and drag on the screen, or you can move the key actually in this graph view. And if you hold the shift key, I believe, while you do this, you can actually constrain it to one axis only. So you can constrain it left and right to move between frames, or up and down to move between distance. But the easiest way is simply to go to the right frame and move it on screen. And again, I've got a few too many keys, so I'll delete one. I've accidentally added some extra keys. Now bring this key back here to 21 and adjust this handle so it eases into that way around, eases into the finishing position. It's quite a sharp bounce up. Hopefully visually you can see that. It's a sharp bounce up and then it eases into the position, final position there. Let's rewind and hit play. I might move this, keep adding extra keys. I might move this previous key down a little bit on frame 19. So let's move that down a bit further. Get more of a bounce. Yeah, we'll start with that and we can always adjust it later. Good, Federico, thank you very much. Thank you for saying so. It takes some getting used to, but being able to see the curves visually sometimes is much easier than trying to adjust it in other ways. But there's lots of ways to adjust the animation here, whether it be selecting the interpolation between the keys, and you can type in numbers here for the handle, etc., and the speed, or you can right click on the line and change there between ease in and out, linear, constant, speed in and out. There's a few ways to adjust this. Let's hit save, fit that to the window. I show the camera view, go to the first frame. Let me bring up the opacity of the shelves, hide the sketch, and let's extend the chair and the table to the last 24 frames as well, and then hit play. And that's kind of the view we want. So I think I'd render that out, and then we'll see how that looks with the actual background in, and see if I've got the right size. I might need to change the size there. Is that too high? Let me quickly check on my other view where I'll be using this. Currently it's very dark like that. So is that going to be too small? Let's make it larger. I think it might be. And this is the reason why I decided to use a vector level. I can go to the screen drawing number 1. And if I zoom out a little bit, I can click on the corner and then make it larger by dragging it outwards like that. Good question, Blifton. Does it have other functions like oscillate? I can tell you one thing it does have, and that is there is a shake mode, a shake expression you can use. And I intend to make a video about that at some point. It's in my list of many videos that I want to make, and that's to simulate kind of a camera shake or an earthquake, and it gives a random movement in any direction, whether it be up and down, left and right, or both of them. Oscillation, yes you can, because you can use sine and cosine functions. I've not used them yet, but let me show you kind of what you do. So if you go to the timing room again in Tahoma, or other room that has the function editor in, if you change to your line, either by selecting it on the graph, or if you press the button at the top right, you can see the spreadsheet view. You can just click in between two keys to see the values for that interpolation. And you can change it to the expression. In fact, let me do the last one, because I've already set up the timing for the first. Let me put another key in there. There we go. So I can just delete it afterwards. So go in between the two keys, change to expression, and now you can type in an expression. And in there, you can, as soon as you start typing, I believe you get a pop-up. There you go. And it shows you all the functions you can use starting with that letter. So you can use the sawtooth function, and then you put in some values into the brackets of how you want to use the sawtooth function, or the sine. So you can do lots of mathematical calculations to create an interpolation between keys. And it's those sort of functions I think you're referring to when you talk about oscillate. And there's more details in the help guide you can get to from the help menu, online manual. But yes, there are other expressions you can use. I've not fully used them all yet, but do dive in there. There's plenty in there. And I've seen animations where you've got a nice smooth movement like that based on an expression. So yeah, take a look at that when you can. Let's fit this to the window, show the camera only view. And what I'd like to do is render out drawing 1 to keep behind me most of the time. And then I'm going to render out probably as a WebM, the animation where the screen comes down. And when the screen comes down, I also want to dim the background colour, so I'll do that in a second as well. And then I'll render out the final frame as a single image, which I'll then change to as part of the scene. So for those OBS users out there, I'm going to create 2 scenes. One of them will be this one with the clear background behind me, things on the shelves, nice and light. The second scene will be the final frame with the screen down and the background darkened. and then a separate animation for the transition. So let's throw in, that's the animation, so let's throw in the darkening of the background, and the easiest way to do that is if I create another vector level. I click in the new vector level button, press OK. I'll extend this for the full length, and then I will create a rectangle, a filled rectangle. So I'll click the autofill option, draw a large rectangle over the whole screen. Boom, that's gone. We'll rename the column to be darken. That'll be in front of the shelves and the chair, but not the table. Actually, I might need to do the table and put the light on separately. We'll look at that. Yeah, we can change this. We can finesse this, and then we'll go to the effects room and we'll use the transparency effect to make this appear over time, which will in effect darken the room. So here we are in the effects room. At the top left here, you can see the stage schematic. Let me just change that. I was demonstrating something earlier. I want to go to the FX room. So if we click the button at the bottom right, and this is the effects room, and we know it is because I've got the effects button at the bottom. And I'll show you something that's new now in OpenToonz 1.5, and it's been in Tahoma for a while. And that's, instead of trying to create an effect by right clicking on your node, so it's the darken node I want to add the effect to, ordinarily you'd right click on the node itself, choose insert effects and find the effect you want. There's so many in here, it can sometimes be tricky. Instead, click the node, then press the FX button, and it's already in the browser in this search area, so you can filter down to find the effect you want. So just type transparency, or the first part of it, it filters as you type, and then I can select transparency, insert. So I've not got to know it's in the layer blending column folder. It can be difficult to find all of your effects because there's so many folders. Yeah, thank you, Soda Pop. I'll let you answer the question in the chat there. But a little while back, I did something on the stream to show how to do the column facing thing. Did I label it clearly? Let me have a quick look. Give me 20 seconds. I'll see if I can find that video, and I might share the link to it. Might find it useful. I'm just going to my list of videos. And it's in one of my live streams, I believe I showed this. Quite a while ago, near Christmas or so, I think I did this. It was before the Bugs Bunny work. Yeah, it's in one of those live streams. I can't remember where it is, so I'll leave that for now. Max Magnus 777, welcome to the stream. If it's requested, so if you've got anything specific you'd like me to make a video on, then do drop a comment in either the chat now, or reply back to one of the videos on YouTube, or join us on the Discord server, links down below, and let us know in there what sort of videos you think you'd find useful. I've got a list of videos as long as my arm, probably 30 or 40 different topics I'd like to make, I think would be useful. And there's always something new comes in over the top. So if you've got any other requests, do let me know and I'll try and get them inserted into there. And Blifton, absolutely right. It's a big mug of tea. It saved me keep going downstairs too often for breaks, although I might do so in a second. So let's quickly do this effect, and then I'll have a 5-minute break, and then we'll wind up for the day. So on frame 1, I want this transparency effect to be showing 100% transparency, so it won't show this black overlay. So double click transparency, I'll get a pop-up, and often on a different screen. I change my screen setup quite a lot. So here I want the intensity to be 100% transparent. And if I go to the preview window, you'll see here that that's interesting, but the dark overlay is now transparent. Yes, there is an issue. I do remember this. There is an issue to do with using the transparency in a sub scene and it not showing on the outer scene. So I might need to change how that looks. So I might render that out separately. So let me quickly do that now. So we can see how this transparency works. General toon related tips, not platform related. I understand, yeah. Generally this channel I've stuck with trying to show the software. I don't feel expert enough or knowledgeable enough to necessarily share too many cartoon related or animation related tips on the channel. I've tried to stick with showing how the software works, how you could create things. Along the way, I do show some cartoon related tips. As I've been working on animations, you'll see what I've done to put them together, and you get tips that way. But not explicitly cartoon related. I don't think I could necessarily do as good a job as other people can do. There's plenty of people out there, whether it be Aaron Blaze or Dave Blended Planet, that are working on cartoons that can show you other areas. And I think it's best to stick with what I know. So not so much in that area, but you will find some along the way as we're working. Yeah, Soda, if you can find that video of mine to share, that could be useful for Hans as well, possibly. For how to do the facing thing. If I come across it, Hans, I'll drop you a message on the Discord server later on today. But let me take a quick break now for 5 minutes, and I'll top up my giant mug of tea, which is now empty. And then we'll sort out this mess with applying a texture to my drawings, and you'll see how I do that. We'll set up the transparency for the drop-down screen, and then I think that'll be the basics working for what I want to share for next week. So I'm going to send you off down to my kitchen as I get a cup of tea myself, and I'll be back here in the next 5 minutes or so. See you soon. Hello there, welcome back. Yes, I forgot to add music while I went down last time as well. That was always the plan, to put music on in the background just to keep things moving along nicely while I'm not around. If you're still there, Dave, thanks for joining us today. Hopefully I'll catch you later on this evening if you get a chance to stream. Potentially Kronos. Let's hope not too much. Okay, so where are we? So let's just finish this scene off then, and then we'll call it an evening in about the next 20 minutes or so. So the small issue where on the background in the shelves drawing here, it's not quite applying the transparency as I'd like. If I step into there and take a look on this screen and regenerate frame preview, have a look at this. It's got low opacity, that's fine, that's working nice. So what I'd like to do, the best way I think at the minute to use this scene is from inside the subscene. I'm going to render this out. So if I go to the output settings and I'm choosing just to render out frame 1, it's going into the outputs folder, and I'm going to call this shelves. Now I'll render this as a PNG and I'll hit save and render. It takes 2 seconds to create that file. And now if I step out of here in the shelves subscene, in fact that's drawn it now. Okay, so maybe it just needed a re-render. I mean, I could pop the music on again if you'd like. Would that be something you think you'd like as I'm drawing here? I've wondered about doing this before. I don't know how clearly it's coming through. Anybody got an opinion that's not meh? And drop it in the chat for me. So assuming that's going to draw okay. So on to create an animation of the transparency from frame 1 through to frame 21. Bit of jazz. I've got a selection of music here. Let me see what kind of thing we've got.
Gives them a satisfaction they couldn't get any other.
But I tend not to put music on in general, because if you want music, you all want different kinds of music, so it might be better if you just pick your own. Okay, so on frame 1, transparency of 100, fully transparent. You can't see the black rectangle covering the scene. So I'll hit the key button to key that, and I want it to darken up down to about frame 19 towards the end. And how dark do we want it? Don't know. Let me try 50. See how that looks. And I press the key button to apply that. That's a little darker. Maybe a little bit more, so 40. Let me hit save, and the best way to test it is to use the preview window. So from the render menu, choose preview settings. Always do this the first time you preview a new scene, and I'd strongly recommend you change the shrink down to either 2 or 3, and that means the scene will render a lot quicker. You don't need it rendering at full size unless you view it at full size. So set that to 2, choose preview, and let's see how that looks. And that's appeared on a separate screen. Let me resize that, bring that over here, So right click and choose reset view. That is 100% zoom, as you can see at the top of the window. Scale this window around it. We've got some outline. So that's the original scene I want to create, with a transition animation looking like this. Where that comes down, it goes darker, and then I'll render out that as a final scene, to be a final scene. And I think that moves quite quickly. There we go. That's what I thought, Tom. I could make it quieter. I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that is. I change that. Bring that one down. Let me try this actually. Yeah, I don't know if that helps or not. We'll see how it goes. Let me know. I'm happy to turn it off if it's not helping. Okay, so that went a little bit dark, a little bit quick. I think slower for the darkening, and then I'll change the timing for that coming down. And I think the best way to do that is in the function editor. So hit save before I go a bit further. Yes, I thought it might have been actually Kronos. When you mentioned it, I looked at the volume control, and it was quite high. Is that still too loud, would you say? I'm in the timing room. I've got the keys for the screen moving down. Yeah, that's what I thought, Tom. No problem. Sorted. I'll mute that there as well so I don't lose track. Okay. So yeah, so here we are on the timing room. We can see the timing for the screen moving down. And I want to see the timing for the transparency. So I'll expand that and tick the intensity box. Yeah, no, thank you for your feedback, everyone. This is kind of what I thought and why I've not had music much in the past. So what I'd like is the screen to go slightly darker, slightly slower. That's a bit too dark, so I've changed that to 50. It's fine starting on frame 1. And I'll change the last frame, instead of being after 18 frames, which is 3/4 of a second, let's make it last an extra ½ second. And I don't want the screen to come down until it starts to get dark. So I'll bring the start key for the movement further down. And I'll bring these end 2 keys down as well. So I find it easier to adjust the keys in this view, I think, for me personally, than on the timeline. So I've waited ½ a second as the screen darkens, or the video screen starts to move down. We've got background going slightly darker first. So if I extend all of these drawings to frame 36, where the last key is, let me go to the preview window, and it's using the settings that I set up before with the shrink down to 2, but for some reason I need to log this as a bug at some point. The video fits itself to the window that opens. So instead of starting at 100% zoom, now you can see it started at 120%. So if you right click and choose reset view, it goes back to 100. The next time you open, it'll go back to 120 again. It doesn't remember. And it's a little something that bugs me slightly, but it doesn't affect you working too much. So if I hit play, yeah. So it starts off going dark first before the screen moves. I think I want an extra little bounce in there for the screen moving down. So if I turn off the preview, I can see that. I'll hide the black rectangle that's at the front by pressing this button here on the column header. That's not visible while you're editing, but it will be visible during preview. Let's turn off the right one, so it's the darken. There we go, the darken column. That's now not in the way. Okay, so we've got the screen moving down here, and it's showing these extra keys that aren't there. So the scene is playing up a little bit. Hopefully not too much, it won't break it. We'll see how that goes. So it comes down, bounces up, and I quite like it to come down again. So it's got a little bit of a judder at the bottom. So I'm going to use the animate tool in position mode with the X direction locked. So it comes down to here. Let's bring it down a bit further. Make sure we're on the screen column. Bring it down a little bit further. Bouncing up a little bit further. Then 2 frames later, coming down again. Let's move these drawings. Undo. Have I just lost all my keys? Yes, I have. I know it's playing up, so let me reload this scene just to make sure we're starting from where we actually are saved. Let's rename this to be screen. Using the animate tool again on position. The early Amiga hands. Yes, I know what you mean. You could download desktops looking like this. I do remember that. You're right. We don't want to show any the columns. And you've got to deal with this thing where you press the folder and it opens the folder as well as showing the keys, which is a terrible design, but it's just one we've got to work with. So starting with the screen, I'm going to bring it up on frame 1 so it's out of the view, out of the camera's view, and I'll render that out as a single image soon. And then I want it to start moving after 12 frames, I believe is where we were before. So I'll add a key by double clicking in the cell on frame 13, then pressing enter, and that makes sure we've got exactly the same value. And we want that to move down after quite a few frames. So 34 will bring this down here. I go to just above the lamp. 3 frames later, it can move upwards. Bring this a bit sooner. There we go. 3 frames later, it can go upwards. And if I show the onion skin, it should show where it was before. So move up to there, then 2 frames later, move down where it needs to settle there. So it's got a small little bounce. So I'll turn off the intensity of the transparency. We'll go to the graph view for the Y. If I double tap in the graph view, I can see all of the keys, and then I can adjust the timing of them again as we did before. I'll click on that line. It's set to speed in and speed out. That's fine to ease in a little bit. So it starts off slowly as it comes down. This last key here, I want to unlink the handles so I can give it a firm bounce. So I'll bring up the handle for either side, zoom in a little bit, and then at the top again I'll unlink those handles, make them a little bit more of a firm point, which gives it a firm bounce, and then easing in to the final position. Let's rewind, see how that looks. Not too bad. Let's preview that in the full window. Reset the zoom back to 100%. So it's going to sit like this for a short while, and then it'll do this. Yeah. Darker and slides down. Good. I think there's one thing I want to do before I render out these pieces. I do want to start adding a bit of light underneath the lamp. Let me escape this subscene. They're on the main screen. Okay, so 36 frames in total. That's good. If I step into the table subscene, I've got the lamp here and the table. And if I go to the FX view, which I am, because I can see the FX button. So I plan to animate some of the background elements for interactive use. I do plan to animate some of the background elements, Hans, absolutely. This project is kind of an excuse to have somewhere to put small animations. So I mentioned earlier that if I'm creating a tutorial about a feature of OpenToonz, and I create a teeny tiny animation, rather than that just being used for the tutorial, I might decide to create something that I can use in the background of this view. So you might see it on the shelf in a small frame, or it might be an object that sits on a shelf that moves in some way. So yeah, exactly that. I want to have some elements moving here, and also in the kitchen scene that I use for the break. So I've talked over the past few weeks about some ideas I've had and other people have had that have shared with me. Tom and Maria have shared some wonderful ideas of things we'd like to do. I'd like to draw my cat in the garden, just lying there, perhaps with its tail swaying slowly and it breathing in and out slowly. That kind of simple, small animation. And the same for here. I want to do so. Plus, oh, save. Thank you, Maria. Plus, I also want to invite you guys to make some small animations or pictures that you think might fit in these scenes. So once they're completed, you'll be able to see better. And if you share them on the Discord, then I can bring them in and place them on the shelves for you to see while I'm in those rooms. So yeah, absolutely is the intention. Hi there. I'm going to have a go, but I apologise for the mispronunciation of your name. Buryatankist? Buryatankist. Hello there, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much. We're almost coming to the end, the final 15-20 minutes, I think, today. A spinning globe, Kronos, that'd be fantastic, especially for the study here. That'd be really good. If you want to do that, please do. Be my guest. I'd love to see it. Yeah. I do usually check. Yes, I have a cat. Occasionally while I'm doing the streams, you'll hear her scratching the door and meow to me. But she only does that for a minute and then she wanders off and finds somewhere quiet to relax. But I've had some thoughts already about what I'd like to do, Hans. But there'll be side projects away from the main thing. The kitchen, I completed that last week with the final few pieces to make the basics of the room. And again, for this room, I think next week I'll do the final few pieces for the basics. And then the following weeks, I'll add to it and we'll change things. As Maria mentioned earlier, when we change seasons and it gets to summer and through to autumn and winter, then I'll change the background scene outside the window of the kitchen. That kind of thing is what I'm interested in. Max Magnus 777, does OpenToonz work like Maya with keys or Blender with the speed graph? Great question, and hopefully somebody in the chat can answer that. I don't use Maya or Blender, so I can't really comment on how it works for that. Yes, absolutely, Soda Pop. Importing Photoshop files now works better and works perfectly, from what I'm told, for static images, not for animation, so do give that a go. Please do, Hans. Please do make something. Share it as a GIF, so it's got a transparent background. Perhaps take a screenshot of this scene, or maybe I'll share this scene on the on the Discord. I ought to really share this scene in the kitchen, so you can take a screenshot and then work out the perspective that you want to draw it in, and to make sure the colours fit. That'd be really good. So yeah, I'd love to see your stuff in there. Okay, so I wanted to try and quickly throw in a bit of a light for this lamp. So let me hit the FX button, and what I want to do is it spot? The light spot, target spot? One of the spotlights, let me go to target. No, spotlight. Let me add that. Close that, and that creates a new column. If I preview that, it gives you this kind of view. I need to remember quite how to work it. If I double click on the node, I get the options of what I want. So what I'd like to do is to click in the center to move it. Unlock the X button so I can move it down here. Then make it smaller. There we go. Change the color to be white. So let's double click the square. We get a pop-up of the color palette. That's right. Bring it down to the center for white. See how that looks. Change the softness. See where that goes to. Let's change it to 1. 10. Okay. Bring it down again and adjust the width again. Make it more of an oval shape. I'm trying to remember quite how this works. Let's place it in front of the lamp. I'd like it to work on the base, and then everything disappears. Let's step out of that. Let's see how that looks. No, back into the table scene. Step into there. For now, I'm going to leave the light spot, and I'm going to put in a different effect instead. Instead, we'll have the glow maybe. Let's just take a look inside the light folder. What do we have? We try the target spot. I've used a couple of these before, and I was trying to think how best to use them. Okay, so double click on that to see what options we've got. We can move this on screen. Okay, it starts off behind the table. Let me move it in front of the table. In front of the lamp. We'll bring down the opacity. Oh, okay. Can we adjust the width and the height on there? Let me change the height here to 10. That goes bigger. So on the height be smaller than 1. So make it small and then click and drag to get it smaller. See if I can use this. So we want to see the spotlight, but we also want to see what's behind it. So thank you, Maria. Yeah, exactly right. I've not used these for a while. I used the other spotlight in the Futurama project. I remember doing so, and it gave a lovely cast light spotlight across the floor beneath the light, but then I had to do something to include the original background. That's the target spot. What I want to do is use a node to mix the outputs. So if I right click, add effects, and it's a layer blending mode. Let me try multiply first. We might need to have a fiddle with these. Put the target spot in one of them and the lamp in the other. Pull that into the scene. Let me try changing the order by dragging the red arrows. See if that makes a difference. So let's change that. Instead of being multiply, so replace effects, layer blending, lighten. There we go, that's something. And then we want to also add an effect, layer blending over, to put that over the table. So the table at the front and then that below. Delete that joining and connect the over to the scene. Let's swap the order. Okay, that's given us a nice mix there of the lamp on the table. A glow to the light spot. Yes, I'll take a look at that in a second, Soda Pop. Robert, no, I don't have an Instagram. Yep, Discord server is the best place to chat with me, the guys here in the chat, and other people that use OpenToonz and Tahoma. I do have a Facebook and a Twitter where I share information, but it's not really useful for chatting. So yeah, Discord is the best place. There's a link down below, so you can grab hold of that. Oh yeah, there you go, fantastic. Yeah, that's the best place to have a chat about things. And directly after this stream, I'll be grabbing a small snack and I'll be over on the Discord. So if you've got any questions or want to chat, you'll find me over there. I'm going to try and add another over effect. And to duplicate this, rather than finding it in the FX browser again, the easiest way is to select it, press Ctrl C, then click away and press Ctrl V to get a copy of it. And you have to deselect it, unfortunately. It's just the way it works. So let's again move things out of the way. If I connect that over effect with another copy of the table, I'm hoping we get to see the table behind that. There we go. But it's gone in front. Yeah, no, I'm afraid I don't use Insta just yet. Let's delete that one. That didn't help. I'm missing something here with the table not showing. Yeah, we've got 21 concurrent viewers at the minute, according to what I can see on YouTube. So it's good to have you there, and that's about average, about 20 each week. But if you've got more friends that you know might want to join along, send them my way. You know where to find me. I'm quite happy at the minute with the numbers that we've got. It's a manageable amount, and as things are coming together on the channel, and I'm working through what I'm working through for this kind of background for OBS, I'm happy for the numbers to stay where they are. They may grow, they may shrink. We'll see. Okay, so this table, after you add the glow effect to the light input, just the size of the square, voila. Why, Soda Pop, do you know why I'm not seeing the table at the minute? What am I doing wrong here with the light input? Why would that affect not seeing the table? I can't quite get my head around that. And the height down. The width can come down a little bit and adjust the position down here like this, just to catch some of the table, and then we'll adjust the width again so it's clear where that is. Oops, too far. Good, that's fine. Let me add that glow effect. Hopefully, Soda, if you've got some ideas about where the table's gone, you can let me know. Hit the effects button and type glow. Let's insert that. I will insert that after the spot, possibly. Let's see. If I put you into there, the glow, make the blur a bit larger, 50. Yeah, that's nice. So where's my table? Why is my table gone? What am I missing? Let me hit save and step out of this subscene. And then right click and regenerate frame preview. Okay, let me go back and use the light spot node. Place that to one side. No, that's the wrong one. This target spot. Let me delete that. It's not being used. Let me add the other spot. The light spots. Okay. So put that through the glow as well. look at the options for that. We'll be using the colour white. Move that down here. Yeah, I know what you mean, Robert. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that's showing purple everywhere for some reason. Let me regenerate again to make sure it's generating correctly. Yeah, I've used, the thing is, Maria, I've used the spotlight before to create a highlight. I can't quite remember how I did. I can't remember how I did, so I might have to leave that for now. So I think I'm gonna have to leave that for now and then come back to that. I might experiment during the week to get my head around what I need to do for this. So for now, let me leave all of those on screen to remind me what I did. And if I delete the input of the glow, so I've still got everything else in there, close this, and let's step out of here. Right. So I'm accidentally adding a key to the table, so let's delete that key. Change the select tool so I don't accidentally keep adding keys as well. Right, so frame 1 is this light. Frame 36 is it dark with the screen down. And then in between we've got an animation. So let's render this out and pop it into OBS. So go to the output settings. Frame 1 is the shelves scene. This is the library light PNG, so the light scene. And again, the names are terrible. I may come back and change these names. Then frame 36. In fact, I'm changing it already. There's the library screen up render. I'm going to Max Magnus. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to look back where I've used it before, and I'll open it, and as soon as I see it, I'll go, aha! I know I will. I'll go, ah, that's what I did. So I'll come back and I'll take a look at that separately. You're not seeing me here struggle over something that's so easy to fix. So let me get the basics out here. So the screen up is frame 1. Frame 36 is the screen down. Render that. And then from 1 to 36 is the screen moving down. And that is going to be an... In fact, I need to come back a little bit, take a step back. I want to render everything apart from the table. As the background. So let's save that. Try again. Output settings, all but the table. 1 to 1 is the screen up PNG. Let me open up my outputs folder and I'll delete the old files so I can see exactly what I'm creating. We go to my OpenToonz folder, my stream projects, library project, OBS library, outputs. Good. Let's bring that down here. This is my actual outputs folder. And I'm going to delete everything and start again. Okay, so frame 1 without the desk is the library with the screen up. Render 1 image. Okay, frame 36 is the library screen down. Render 1 image. And then I want an animation from frame 1 to 36 as an MP4 with the screen moving down. I'll save and render this to make sure I've got a saved version in case something goes peculiar. Meanwhile, have a drink of tea from my giant mug. I'll take another look at that soda pop, but for now I want to get just a rendering first to see how it looks, and I think, as I say, I'll leave it there for today. I was doing it right, but my desk disappeared. It didn't draw my desk, so something was wrong somewhere. I'm not sure where. In the outputs, I've got 2 images and an MP4, and then the final thing I want is just to show the table. So we'll hide everything else, and we'll render image number 1 as an image, which is library table. And this may well be an animation later, but for now it's a static image. I think that should be all I need. So I'm going to go to OBS and include those in my scene and see how it looks, and that'll then inform what we need to do before next week. Thank you, Yulichek. These things happen. This is why we're on the live stream, for you to see what goes right, what goes wrong, and to see me working through the problems. But some things I don't think it's worth showing you live. It'll get boring after a while of me trying to figure something out. So I'll do some things offline in between the streams. But basically, I'd like you to see everything that's happening so you know how I'm solving problems. Okay, so I'm in OBS on my screen that's just in front of me, and I'm going to go to my library room. And I've got a couple of rooms here. So I'm going to have a background image. Let me browse to an image file, which is image number 1. See that there. So let me take a copy of where they are. Let's copy that, paste that in here. So library table, library screen down, up, screen up, number 1, open. Bingo, that's good. And that chair looks maybe a little small. If I lean forward, you'll see it in a second. Let me continue. Yeah, because I adjusted the square soda pop to be smaller, but what was around it wasn't shown. So I was missing something simple, something really simple, and I know it, but we'll get to that. So there is the chair. I also want to add another image of library table. I'm going to browse to that table image, library table 1. Okay, that's good. I'm going to put my webcam behind the table. Quite like that. Good. That is one room done. And then I've got a second scene set up. Yep, I've got a background with the screen down. So browse to the library screen down 36 image. I'm doing this off screen because you get a lot of echo through the images when you do it on screen. So bear with me. I'll be with you pretty soon for this. I'm going to then also add the image of the library table. Okay. I'm going to move my webcam down on that one. And I need to make sure they're both exactly the same size. Yep, I think that's okay. I'm going to delete a different room that I don't use anymore so I don't get confused. Okay, And then I want to add a transition of the screen coming down. So I need to go to here. I'll add a scene transition. Add a stinger, which I'm going to call library screen down. Okay. Let me browse to that video file. In fact, it doesn't want to be an MP4 because I need to see through the background. Okay, Soda. Right, okay. Yeah, there's some peculiarity with that. If the screen moving down, I want to include just the screen from frames 1 to 36, and on the output settings, I'm going to change it to be a WebM format, which is a video format that can have a transparent background. I'll check. I've still got a transparent background. It's got a checkerboard there, so I have. And that allows me to have a transparent background, and WebMs can also include audio if you want them to. Frame 1 to 36, and it's, save me typing, I'll copy and paste the name there. There, WebM, save and render. Oh, okay, you check, thank you. Yes, no, I'm afraid I'm not the one that created Tahoma. I'm just the one that shouts about it a lot and lets you guys know about it. I'm going to again copy that directory. That's rendered, and if I browse to that transition, WebM, preview, right, and then I just want to adjust the timing of the transition point. And by the way, if any of you are interested in OBS, I'm happy to share this on screen for you to see. It's a lot of box ticking, what have you, but if you want to know, I'm happy to share. Just say in the chat and I can bring it on screen and show you. So how many milliseconds or frames? So let me change, after so many frames it changes, so I'll say 36 and preview that. Let me try that, press OK. Library screen down, library. Okay, so let me transition to the basic empty library room. It looks like this. So that's me sitting in my chair behind the desk. Am I too small there? Or am I too large here? That's not too bad. So that's the basic one. And let me transition now using the screen slide and see how that looks. I can find my mouse pointer. There we are. Okay. We change this to library screen down. I transition to that. No. Try again. Library screen down. Try that. That changed straight away. But I think we can sort of see the gist of what it looks like, which is what I wanted to do for today, to have the basics of this sketched in and inked in as much as possible, and the timing for the animation working right. I'm fairly happy with that. I think that's okay. And that just gives me a location, as I say, to talk about things like this. We can see the background, share images with you, or videos or other information. And also, if I want to, I can then skip back to... Okay, I need to work on that timing there. Let me do the fade. Just skip back to the library where it's light, and there's going to be lots of things over here pointing in the right direction. Over here on the shelves, items of mine, some background books, some little knickknacks and bits and bobs of animations. So I need to just work on that timing offline in OBS, get that working okay. I want to work on this lamp to figure out the spotlight, to figure out what silly thing I did wrong. Clearly did something wrong. And then when the transition happens, as it goes darker, I then have the lamp coming on a bit brighter, or perhaps just going bink and turning on once it gets dark. Something like that is the intention. So for me, that's been a successful day. I'm really happy with that. So I'm going to just share one little last thing with you. I can see there's 20 people currently online. If you've got any last questions you want to ask, do ask me, and I'll try and help you before I leave. Otherwise, we'll leave it here for today. Let me just find the link for Dave's channel. He'll be streaming hopefully later on this evening, perhaps in the next hour or so. Let me just find that for you. There we go, Blended Planet. There we are. Okay, so let me drop this into the chat. So if you're not already following this guy, then do follow him. There we go. For his name's Dave, Blended Planet. He's making a cartoon in Tahoma2D and also with Critter and occasionally with Blender, but not so much these days. So take a look at that. Hopefully he's streaming later on, but he does stream regularly, perhaps 3, 4, 5 times a week. So you can catch him during the week if you can't watch him this evening. Do take a look and tell him that I sent you over. He'd be pleased to know. I do look a funny colour. I've already applied filters to me to make me look more human as it is. I do look peculiar, especially in this room here. I think part of that is just my camera that I've got on my laptop that I'm using, but I might try and take a look at that, Tom, to see what we can do. So hopefully you've enjoyed yourselves today, and hopefully you can join me again next week where I'll be streaming. And as you know, there will be more later. I like saying that, don't know why, but I'll see you next week for another stream, and that's that's not showing me my drop down. Give me a second, let me get my stamp out. It's in the drawing room. A Darren Tea. Have you always wanted to animate but didn't know how to start, and software seemed expensive and difficult to use? Well, with OpenToonz, it's free, powerful, and once you know how, it's easy to use. And it's my mission to get you animating with it today. Hi, my name's Darren, and I've been teaching OpenToonz for the past 3 years, showing thousands of students just like you how easy it is to animate with. I'm cutting through the jargon to show that anyone can animate with it. And by the end of the course, you'll be able to animate traditionally using OpenToonz. And the course is designed for students brand new to OpenToonz, as well as those new to animation. So take a look at the free lessons I've offered below, and then why not sign up and join me animating traditionally with OpenToonz.